It's always good when you just go, oops. Anyway, I'm nearly ready to go. I just got to weigh out the salts. So I've got to stop mucking around and then we can at least get it. So I'm going to weigh out the salts. Here's a tip. Not that anyone's asked for any tips. There you go, Jimmy. How are you? Now, why hasn't that come up on the screen? No, because it's first time chat. How are you? Oh, see, IJ comes up. Just STL Jimmy didn't. I'm making a Brut IPA. About a month ago, I got diagnosed with diabetes. Another thing, I had a bung knee, COVID, and diabetes. Even though it's pretty much under control at the moment, I'm just going to brew a couple of like lower sugar beers. Even though we all know alcohol turns into sugar, but it turns into a little bit slower. And it was just a good time to brew another one. I haven't brewed one for a while, and I don't mind them. And they're sort of close to an IPL, and I've been really liking IPLs and things like that. So I thought I'd brew another one. And I went to brew one the other day, and I did brew one probably just before I went to Sydney over Christmas. And I used this was just like a little house ale. And I used this ultra firm, but I put it in the mash, like some people suggest, and it didn't work. And they're a terrible company. I'll never get sponsored by them. Is it White Labs or whatever? I should get the company right, shouldn't I? There's no instructions. The instructions are shit. I put it in a low temperature mash, and it just didn't work. All the other times I've done them in the past, I've added enzymes into the fermenter, and they've worked a heap better. So, anyway, I got to do the salt so we can get this brew on, so we're not here all day. It's a low temp brew. I'm going to do it about 60, 61 degrees. So that means it's probably going to be an hour and a half mash. So I want to get it in. But I am weighing my salts, and I'll just give you a hint, a tip. I mean, I said that before. I'm saying it again. When you use your little scales like this or whatever you use, they're pretty shit. It gets annoying. I should stop swearing. I forget it's not Friday Night Live. I'm on YouTube. All right. It gets a bit hard to weigh like really small amounts. And I use a little cup that's a cut end of a plastic cup. Looks like I just about need a new one. They don't sell the plastic cups at Woolies anymore. Destroying the earth, this plastic cup is. All right. And you put that on there, and you're trying to weigh these minute amounts of sugar, salts, I should say, and it gets a bit tricky. So I just put something with a bit of weight on it, a bit of heft on it first, and that just helps the scales already have something on it, and that helps. I have found it helps. Oh no, the boil would kill the enzyme, yes, but the thing is that the enzyme was supposed to have done its job already in the mash when you put it in the mash. Whereas, of course, when you put it in the fermenter, it does it in the fermenter. This wet recipe will be on Brewfar, but it's really simple. I think I've overshot it. Because it's a brute, you want it really light. I'm not using sugar. There's no need to use sugar and corn and things. It's just, I was going to be all Pilsner malt, but I thought I'm too old school, and you've got to have a little bit of ale malt in there. So, sorry, this was a bit last minute, but anyway. It's a public holiday here, and so as you probably know, what was I saying? It's 5 kilo of. Well, no, I changed it. It's 4 kilo of Pilsner malt, 1 kilo of ale malt, and I had some chip malt sitting there looking at me that's going stale, so I put in 200 grams of chip malt. So it's 5.2 kilo of grain. I'm only shooting for 6%, but it's very possible it could come out at 7%. So it's hard when you don't know where the enzyme's going to, how good it's going to work and how far you're going to ferment down to. Hopefully I'm going to get down to about 0.002. You don't really know. So to get to 6%, I only need like a gravity of 1050 or something like that. With 5 kilo grain, I think I'm going to overshoot it. So I'll water it down. You're better off overshooting than undershooting, so you can water it down, of course, and then you'll always hit your numbers. If you undershoot, then it's a pain. You got to boil longer. It messes your hops up. It does all things like that. If you overshoot, Bob's your uncle. All right, stop yakking. And I can't see the screen while I'm looking at the salt screen. Where is it? Oh, I should look on my phone. Ah, see, I'll just do it. It won't take long. I can share the link for the recipe I've got. I wouldn't. The trouble with my, I'll do that now. With my brewing is I often change the recipe halfway through, so that's often why I don't share it straight away. But if people know that it's very possible they come back in a couple of days and that recipe will look different, that's what happens. If I put it in there, I think that'll work. That work? I know you can see it on the screen. I'll have to put it in the YouTube chat too. Hang on. This is the trouble with live brew days. Everything takes a lot longer. You go, oh, just be 5 minutes putting the salts up, and then it keeps. There you go. You should be able to see it there, but as I said, this recipe could change mid-brew. All right, I just got to weigh up these salts, which isn't very much. And I can't see the chat while I'm doing it, I'm sorry. This is the trouble of using a single screen when you're doing all this stuff. Can't see any. Sometimes this scales turns on and it says 200 grams straight away for some reason. I don't know if it's a setting or something. This is one of the scales I just got to the tobacconist. You know, when you walk in and you say, and they look at you funny, you go, no, it's for brewing, it's for brewing. That can't be right. That can't be right. Oh, maybe it was. I usually cut baking soda out, but I was trying to hit a, oh yeah, I guess that's what we should talk about. That looks better, yeah. Trying to hit a pretty balanced profile. You've got to be careful, of course, if anyone's done Bruts or whatever, you've got to be a little bit careful because your final gravity's so low, your bitterness can get away from you and all that sort of thing. So it's probably good to start with a balanced profile. Is really good for a Brut. So you want your sulfate and your chloride's about 50. And your alkalinity about whatever it is, about 52. They're all around about 50. I think mine about 60 if you have a look at that recipe. That's close enough. Oh, I've got to remember the lactic too. I've got to readjust my water. It's been a while since I've tested everything. And sorry I can't see the chat if there's any new peeps coming. 3.5 grand on that. And so yeah, that was a bit of a bicarb, which I don't usually use, but I seem to have to just to get it to play the game I wanted it to play. And this is calcium chloride. Get it right. You're putting it in your recipe. You don't know what you're doing. I go by eye. I know what they look like, the different salts, because they do look pretty different from each other, the ones I use. Calcium chloride's the big chunky stuff. It's actually what's in damp red, but you shouldn't go out and use damp red, even though it's the same stuff. And that's why you should also, why am I doing all these tips for? You should also keep it sealed, because that's what it does. It soaks up the moisture out of the air. And Epsom salts, they look very different. It's easy to tell them apart once you've been doing it all. 1.8. Now, unfortunately, my pH meter's out of action at the moment. I need to calibrate it and all that, and I don't have time to do that today. I've got some strips here. We could have a look, I guess, a rough look. What else? And a little bit of gypsum. Which is the powdery one. And gets everywhere. 1.8, perfect. That'll do. But don't forget the lactic. You don't have to use lactic, you can use like phosphoric acid or whatever if you want. I just happen to have lactic here. Actually, I'm just going to throw those salts in right now so I don't knock them over. What was it? So it was 6 mil, wasn't it? Cheers, Rye. How you going, mate? G'day, Paul. G'day, Jeffrey. No, it's not RO water, this one. I do have RO water system, but it takes me, all day, the whole day to do the water, and I just haven't had time to do it. I haven't got it. It's a rental property, so I got to do it by hoses, and it's just for a brew like this, probably would have been good to start like that. But our water's so low in stuff that it's not far off RO water, to be honest. I can show. Oh, you can see it in that recipe what it is, maybe somewhere. That's pretty. Our water's pretty low in everything. Oh, hang on. I'm just going to dump them in there. Oh, burnt myself twice today. All right, and I just need some lactic. I had a syringe here somewhere. Yes. This isn't a tried and true recipe, by the way. But it should be fine. So I should tell people that before they rush off and try and brew it, but they're a pretty straightforward beer. You got to go a little bit light on the hops. I don't think Brewfather estimates the IBUs very well. I like to use the what do you call it? Spammers. I got that. That's about 6 mil. All right, let's get that in there. And look for me. That's one thing I didn't look for yesterday. The mash paddle. Although I have been gifted a mash paddle for Christmas. I know it's from Murdy Curter. I don't think I've ever met Murdy Curter. Because he's been watching my videos for a while, he sent a wooden mash paddle, but I wanted to coat it first, just with some machine oil before I used it, and then I was just going to hang it on the wall. But if I can't find my mash paddle, I might just have to use it today raw. It's usually not far away. It's usually hanging. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I'll leave this till another day. But thanks, Murty, if you're watching or you see this. It's got Cellar Dweller on one side and Homebrew Network on the other side. Thank you. Now it's very nice, but I wanted to just give it a quick coat of oil because I'm going to hang it on the wall. All right, stop talking and start doing. I'll move acid away before I spill it everywhere. It's too nice to stick in a match. Hang on. All right, don't forget to put I'll give it a stir first. If anyone's wondering, both of my machines do have that, well, I call it a diversion plate. I can't remember what keep them called. Something else. Doesn't really matter. All right, so naming, doesn't matter, I don't care. I'm hopeless remembering names. But It's okay because I know what they do. Yep. Always go a bit slow with these things. Actually, I want it around that way. Only reason I wanted it around the other way is I do have this mash indicator, and I thought you might have been able to see it if it's on this side. But sometimes I probably for this brew I won't need to use it, but it just lets me know how much build up is coming up, like how much it's backing up. But in the 65 litre, you don't really have to worry about that. Not in a single batch. Oh, thank you. I did think, gotta put my glasses on to read it. Oh, thanks, mate. I'm not that weird after all. How you going, mate? Good to see you. Actually, I nearly watched one of your videos the other day. I don't get a chance to watch many. I can't think what it was about. How was it? I was looking up something. I can't remember. Oh, I know. It might have been the Spike PRV valve. Did you do that? I can't remember. Oh, thanks, Locke. I've got an Irish Red in the fridge just behind me. I'll have one later after this. Okay, so what's it? This is a 65 litre, this one. This one's a 35 litre here. Ow. I'll get that one, bloke. How you going? Good to see you too. All right, hang on. I've just got to get this mash in. We can chat after the mash is in. All right. As I said, I'm mashing extremely low. I'm actually, my stroke temp 65 degrees, which is, I don't know what's that in Fahrenheit. I can't remember. I'm sorry. But that would be the mid-range of a mash, you know, all your pale ales. But I'm going low. I'm going like down to 61 or something like that. But I do have a profile. I made a profile last time when I made this one, sort of a brut ale or a low carb ale. So I can go in and are they doing this upside down? I'm gonna have to come around the edge to but no, I don't want delay heating. That was yesterday. I'm going to stop the profile. That's what we've got there. Stop the one that I had up. The delayed heating one was so when I woke up this morning, the water was hot. You might hear it clicking on and off. It's because I've got the pit control on. I'm not going to use the temperature probe that can control this because it's only a single batch in the 65 litre, so you just don't need it. All right, stop talking and it's low carb lager. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so it's going to be about 60 degrees for an hour and a half, and then I'm going up to 70 for 10 minutes, which probably isn't needed, and then mash out, which probably isn't needed. Sorry about the mic over there, but we'll talk about this in a minute. And anyway, play. Just checking if there's any updates. Press up or down on the button to start the duration time. So I'm just going to mash in. Check the bottom seated right. It's where people mess up. They drop it in and the bottom dislodges, and then because there's no way that once you've got the grain in, that bottom can dislodge unless you're doing something nuts. We probably don't really need rice hulls. But I do have some sitting here. But it's such a small batch. Although the reason I started late today is that my mill, I hadn't used my mill for a while, and I went to use it and it needed adjustment, and then I was rushing and I'm a bit worried that the crusher's a bit fine. For those wondering, it's set at 1.35 mil, or should be. Oh, I always forget something when I'm live brewing, but I think salts are in, everything's in. I just do it. I haven't got anyone in there to sort of help me. And it's only 5 kilo, which is probably £10, £11. The strike was 65, so it's probably a little bit hot, but I'll be all right. If anyone's chatting, I'll ask me stuff. I'll be over in a sec. It's looking pretty good already. I'll just let it settle down a bit, but doesn't seem to be any balls already. It is a nice thing. I need longer arms. Just let that settle in for a couple of minutes. I'll start the timer anyway. Are you sure the target temperature? Yes, just start. It's still saying 65, but it's set to 60, but that's just... Sorry, I don't have a mic over at the brew kettle today, but I'm only sitting, I'm only a metre away from it anyway, so... G'day, exit 12. G'day. I'm going to read all the names. G'day, Matt and Bureaucus or something. Nation. How are you? G'day, Larry. Longbottom. STL Jimmy. Now, the reason that zip tie there is there, what's a garbage truck doing on a public holiday? I'll wait for the reason that zip tie is there, which we can't see right now, but I'll put it back, hang on. When you're doing batches, and I sometimes do double batches, triple batches, single batches. This is a single batch, and it just lets you know how much the water's backing up. It's not so much needed in this 65 litre because you don't have the issues, but in the 35 litre, sometimes it's a bit hard to tell how much you're backing up. And if I just have that hanging in there, I can cut it to the right length of the brew. They're cheap and I can throw it away. Oh, hang on, I'll be back in a sec. Hang on. See you. If you don't mind. No, all good. Yeah, you can find it. Good. You're hanging around the chat. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah.
Have a good one.
Right, Christmas again. Sorry. It was my daughter won a rock painting thing on Facebook, and the lady was dropping off the prize. I know it always happens. Yeah, the only thing I'd suggest is, I don't know, I've sort of missed all the. Yeah, and you can just cut it off, Brian. You know, in the next brew, if it's the wrong size, you just cut it off, get rid of it, and you know. The only thing I worry about with the water is your chlorine. If you got really bad chlorine and chloramine, just treat that for. All right, that's probably the 5 minutes. Up anyway. The only thing that's a pain when you're doing a single batch in a big vessel like this is trying to see what your flow is while you've got the lid on to try and keep your temperature. But you know, there are things you do. I might just give it another quick look at before I turn the pump on, but everything's fine. I started with 20 litres of water, which is probably just over 5 gallons, which is plenty for this. It'd be 5 gallons and a quart, something like that. I'm not real good with the imperial measurements. And as I said, there's probably 10 to probably 11 pound of grain or something like that, whatever it is. Stick. The grain I'm using here is Joe White Premium, the export edition or whatever they're called. And we'll leave that there with. We'll see how the pump goes. You're not going to be able to see this probably, but I like to cut it right back. I don't know, about a half or a third to start with, and then we can ramp it later. We shouldn't have a problem with a single batch in this vessel and everything, but you never know. And that's about all we have to do. We'll check it again in a couple of minutes. If I look at you can't see it now, but even this zip tie is not even quite long enough. But you know, I can see it's probably 2 inches. So if I come back next time, you can't really see. If I come back next time, you know, and there's only an inch gap between the water and the zip tie, then I know that something's up. Know it easily without having to struggle to see, you know. Just turn. G'day, Matt. Is Matt Mustache? I don't think I said g'day. G'day, Jay. Take it easy, beer. Sorry, you're probably gone already. I need to get like those Twitch, the other streamers that have their chat on their hand, but it's a bit. I don't want to have the chat, you know, on my wrist and then drop it in the mash. So. Yeah, I mean, I always advise everyone to do that because it can really mess up the taste of your beer. But and if you've got the space, do what I do. I heat up. I'm only going to use probably 35 litres in this batch. 35 quarts, close enough. I don't know what that is in. But I'll heat up nearly twice as much. Oh no, I heated up 50 litres. So I got when I sparge, I'll still have another 15 litres or so in this kettle here, and I can use that. And it's already been treated for chlorine and stuff. I can use that as top up water. I'll use it to flush my chiller before I chill later. And then if there's still any left, I can use it for cleaning. G'day, Gunda. It's a Brut IPA. I'm doing a Brut IPA. I haven't done one for got to be several years now. What's my most loathed trend in brewing at the moment? There's a couple of things. uh, yeah, session IPAs. I don't mind drinking them. I just don't like the name. Um, I think most 99% of breweries are cheating. Not the sours that aren't, that are just cheap, shitty sours using that Philly sour yeast and throwing some fruit at it. And I like a sour, but I like them. They need to be blended and barrel aged. A bit of work put into them to be nice. And too much fruit in beers. That's always been my argument too. Get the fruit out of it. What are people in Melbourne actually drinking? I think the IPL's back again. I think with the cold IPA thing being such a fucking joke, um, that they've realised that IPLs are actually good. So there's been a few IPLs going around, and especially the New Zealand style one. The I think New Zealand sort of pioneered or perfected the IPL, um, which is it's just a bigger, hoppier lager or a cold IPA. You should use fucking ale yeast. Excuse my language. Herbs in sours. Oh look, yeah, I don't. As I said, I don't mind a sour, but they've got to be good and a bit of thought put in them and done well. There's so many. I think they do them. They're trendy at the moment. A lot of people like drinking them, and they're just pumping them out, and they don't want to worry about having doing kettle sours and having I don't know what do you call it, like forward yeasts or whatever in their brewery or whatever. So they just go take the easy route and do Philly sour, which is fine. If you're at home and you do use Philly sour, that's fine. But if I want to get charged a lot for drinking a sour, I want it to be sour for one and balanced and just good, not just like because they end up tasting like a soda pop beer thing. They don't end up. I have benzo. No, these ones are normally the gluco thingamajigamy. The gluco. What's the bloody word? I told you I'm hopeless with words. I'm actually using Distiller's one today. I'll show you. What's that, me? What, yeah, it's the gluco, yeah, I was right, gluco amylase. And stuff like this as well. These ones say amyloglucoside enzyme, but the trouble with these White Labs ones, as I said, I threw out the packet out the window before. Why is my camera going stupid again? You never know. One, you never know how they've been treated by the time you get them. Like, I got this sent to me with ice, but who knows what happened. It was cold when it got here, but whatever. I used it last time and it didn't work. I have used it a few years ago in the fermenter and it worked, but it didn't work in the mash for me last time. So that's why I just found the powdered stuff a bit more reliable. It's better lasting. G'day, Hendo. How you going? I can't even hear the music. It's on an autoplay. It's not my playlist or anything, so I can just hear it in the background. Otherwise, it messes with the microphone. Is that cherry pie? And now I'm going to go and watch the video. So the good thing about me streaming on Twitch is I can record these videos and the viewers can hear the music. But later, when I download the recording of it, it hasn't got the music in it. So I can load that to YouTube. The one on I can turn it up, but the one on YouTube I'm going to delete when I'm finished here. So because it's got music on it. But Twitch is smart. You'd need headphones on probably. I don't know if you got headphones on. Oh no, it's not. That's not cherry pie. That's Def Leppard. Jex, there you go, mate. Oh, not that one. I haven't not tried that beer. They're giving it away at Dan Murphy's for free, aren't they? I heard, but they said it didn't taste like beer. Oh, Alan's. Oh, look, I don't mind a red snake and a red frog and a what do you call it? The Redskins. You're not allowed to say that anymore, are you? But actually, I had a red frog beer sour at Block and Tackle over Christmas, and it was quite nice. You doing anything today, Jex? Sorry, I just saw that question, Brian. Probably that's just I don't really do much brewing stuff on Twitch. I've done it one or two. It's more or less, well, yeah, people from YouTube that come over, but it's usually just me playing music and drinking beers. So mowing the lawn in your jocks. G'day, Quinn. Whoops, there goes my telly going to turn off on me. We'll better have a look. We haven't looked. We need to check up that I'm not backing up. I'm not too worried about it, to be honest, but I don't. It's that smaller batch in here. Try and get that out of the way for you. Yeah, it's not backing up at all. Not really much to look at, I'm afraid. We're at 60. They're sitting at 60 nicely. You know, I know some people say they've had problems. But I think if you use the PID controller and you have the settings right, that's sitting perfectly. Absolutely perfect. The next step is in 1.2 hours. Oh, so I can probably take a pH reading about now. How long do you reckon it's been? How long it's been? I didn't really look at the time. Suppose I can look on the Wrapped portal. It's usually my Friday night ride, that's the trouble. It's your sort of Thursday morning, early morning, like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. So I am thinking of changing to Saturday nights here, and then it'd be Friday, Fridays over there, Friday night over there. Because we are your future. If you don't look after yourself, I'm your future. I'm your future anyway, but I've been doing that Friday night cast now the first year I probably did Tuesdays and Wednesdays and mucked around, but that Friday night, at least 9, 10, 11 years. At least. I keep saying 10 years, but I think I've been saying that for a couple of years now. All right, so we'll take a little reading. As I said, my pH meter is out of whack, and I'm just going to do a whole video on fixing it up and that, which is why I've got all the bits here. I just haven't got around to it. And then I lost all the footage, all my original footage of it. I lost it all when I lost the hard drive the other week. So let's have to do another one. 12 years. I think you do often drop in. I think sure you drop in. You are Rye, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You're the Rye that I've known for like years and years and years. Oh, that's the shitty one. I do have a better pH one. This is the real cheap one. I wonder where the other one is. I used it last brew days. It's just I haven't brewed for a couple of weeks. Things are all over the place. Oh, I think I took them inside. I think I took them inside one Friday night. They'll be inside somewhere. So we'll use the cheaper ones. These are extremely, extremely shitty. These ones, when you buy these strips, if you haven't got a pH meter and you're just plain, don't buy ones that go from 1 to 14. You can buy Brew ones that go from, I don't know what it is, 4 to 6 or something like that. So they're much more accurate. Where these are a fight. Yeah, that's the trouble with me too. Although that one's still wet. Well, I accidentally mine dried out too, and then sometimes they resurrect and sometimes they don't. So I'll just grab. The handy thing about using strips is you don't really have to take a sample. I can just like get a drop off the recirc pipe, but we'll do it anyway because I'll take a little sample so we can maybe, you know, do 1 or 2 readings just to check or something. Everything's just looking fine. As I said, I can probably up the flow a bit, but not too worried. A lot of people, I don't know how many people, I think last time I did this, kept saying, you can't mash it 60 degrees, you can't mash it 60 degrees. It won't work. Fucking, that works really, really well, to be honest. 60C to F is 140. So 140F mash. And it works really well. I overshot my numbers last time like a crazy. I don't know if that was because of the enzymes, but that doesn't really make sense either. Yeah, so I always try and buy pH meters with the replaceable probes. The trouble is, the last one I bought, when I went to buy a replaceable probe, I couldn't get them anymore. They'd stopped making them. But the Keglane ones have replaceables at the moment. Oh, no, there's no battle here at the moment. I shouldn't jinx myself, but I don't think you have to even cool it with the strips, do you? Well, that's pretty cool. It's only a small one. We'll see what this says. I was aiming for about 5.3, 5.4. How you doing, party? And we're not getting much colour change, and that's kind of pretty good because it's not going to focus again, is it? Anyway, between 5 and 6 is the yellow. So I know we're in that range somewhere. It's not orange. It hasn't turned orange. It hasn't turned green. So it's in that, you know, it's around 5 to 6. Darker than the 6 and lighter than the 5. So we're in there somewhere. But as I said, don't buy these ones. These are a last resort. I don't know where those other ones are. Might go and look inside later, but I think I took them inside because we were talking about them on Friday night on the live stream. It's hard to get one not made in Chinese. If they're not made in China, they're made from Chinese parts anyway, mate. It's just the way it is. Or in Australia anyway. Pretty sure the Milwaukees would be all made from Chinese parts, wouldn't they? They're a good one. The 102, is it? The 102 is a good one. Is it the 102 or the 101? The 102. But it doesn't matter what one you get if you don't look after it and you mess up. You're gonna, you can stuff it. It is close enough, yeah. So I took another reading. Yeah. That's about as accurate as I can get today. Is that cooled down? Oh, that's cooled down, I reckon. It was only a small sample, but there's no point using my pH meter because it's all out of whack. Needs a new probe put in it. Piss off, right? We can try it, but I know it's going to be out. And I've done this a few times, but if you don't know pH meters, you store them in a solution that you buy. It's not RO water or, distilled water or anything. You buy a probe solution. I can't remember. Oh, it's right in front of me though. They call it electrolyte solution, and it's 3 mol. KCI 3 mol is usually, at least for this one, they come in a little thing like that. And when you buy these, I advise not to rip that off. Every time I've ripped that off, it'd end up leaking, and you come back, and it'll dry out and look like that and leak and salts and stuff. So what I've been doing, this one I've done it too, but I messed up again. No one's perfect. I found it better just to put a hole in it. And it also means when you're trying to pour it into a thing like this, I shouldn't use this now because it's all out of whack. Or it wouldn't be 3 mol, it'd be something else. But it's easier just to get a drip, because you only need a couple of drips in there, than trying to go, oop, and you go, oh, oops, too much, and stuff's everywhere. There's a tip. Anyway, and then when you take it out, you need a bottle of distilled water, and then you give it a rinse. And then you try not to touch the probe, but you can sort of dab the water off it. Although I end up touching it, and that's probably why all mine get ruined. But you're not really supposed to touch it, but you're supposed to get rid of as much of the water as you can. I haven't turned it on yet. Then you can whack it in your cooled wort. It's got to be down to 20 degrees-ish. And that's with everything. Even if they got automatic temperature calibration, it's still only usually 0 to 30 or something like that, not 100. Then you turn it on. Oh, this is barely in there. Yeah, this always is reading low. It's just going down under 5. But it's done this for the last couple of batches. That's how I knew it was stuffed. 4.8. It's 29 degrees too, so it's a bit hot. And then the same when you're finished. Rinse it with some water, and that went all over me. Dab as much off as you can, and then straight back into your solution, and that way it should last you. But you got to do that every time. You dry that out and let it, sit overnight and stuff. Then that's how you ruin them. Oh, cheers, Dave. There you go, mate. Yeah, the ATCs are always all my things I've had at ATC. Some, like even your hydrometers, your refractometers, some used to be 0 to 30, and then I looked at the instructions the other day. One of mine, it's only 10 to 30. So that's even, Is it? Fuck, I wish I could have the music up. I need my headphones, and then I could turn it up. Yeah. There should be a bit of foam in. This has got a little bit of foam in the bottom. G'day, dude. Brews. Did I say that before? I can't remember. Hey, I can tell the girls are wanting something, so I'll just go. What's that? Yeah. Are they yours or not? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. You can, Yeah, the kids are here and the wife's gone out to go shopping or something, so the kids are inside. And yeah, this isn't my playlist, but it's something on Amazon Music. I got a free trial for 3 months of Amazon Music or whatever, so I just I haven't got. This is a new hard drive in here, so I haven't got any of my music on it or anything. So I thought I'd just put that in the background on random and see what happens. Probably should have put. I didn't promote this at all. I didn't post it anywhere. Probably should have. That's a story of my life. I never promote anything. Nice to catch you live. Honestly, not so much. Oh, cheers. Thanks for the kind words, Bremel. Backroom Brewery. So I tried to get on. I tried to get on early enough. I meant to start even earlier to catch because I know it gets late overseas. But how old are the girls? 11 and 7. Although the 7-year-old's just about to turn 8 next in a month or two. Um, and that's a trouble too. I mostly stream during the week, which is now during the week, but today's a public holiday here in Australia, so it's Australia Day. So yeah, people aren't at work. 54 there. Oh, thanks, David. Hang on. Let me get back to the one screen. I got to get 2 screens out here so I can see what's going on. Thanks very much, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's what day is it? It's Thursday here. It's Thursday. Oh, the time's on the screen. I didn't. Yeah, Thursday. That's right, Cloppy. Good day for brewing. Oh, that's for Twitch. They're the if you because you can get ads on Twitch, and if you subscribe, you don't get any ads. It's like $5 or $6 a month, something like that, $6 or $7, and it depends. You know, the more I stream, I haven't been streaming much. Only sort of on the Friday night. But the more you stream, of course, you get more viewers and more subs. And you can gift them to people, and that most like if I have viewers coming all the time every week and they're getting ads, you know, they don't want ads, so you can gift them, or other users can gift other people, so they, you know, if people can't afford it or whatever, it's good. Then you don't get ads. But you can do a Cloppy. Look, there's a. Is this going to come up on YouTube? Tell me if you come up on YouTube, Cloppy. I guess you are. Did that come up on YouTube? I guess it would. There's a Cloppy. We haven't got a Brian. Did you see? Yeah, I did. What? But through the bottle? Yeah, well, there's a Cloppy. That's not the one. There's Gasha. Yeah, we did a fair job too, James. That's because you're not licking it after you do a pour. You're letting that drip down the bottom. You got to be licking it, but you got to take that the seal sort of thing off the bottom, because you lick that, you'll cut your tongue. G'day, twin monkeys. Brewing and growing. Awesome. Who else have we got? We got. Can't remember. Beefer. Oh, why does that never work? Oh, copy. There's a heap of me giving you the fingers. Yes, I am. Why didn't that say come up? Why didn't that work? How you doing, Avenger? Thanks for subscribing. Daroodles. Oh, that's the other thing too. If you are on Twitch or from YouTube and you come to Twitch for my Friday night streams, then if you've got Amazon Prime or Amazon Gaming or whatever, you get one free subscription a month. So you can subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. So then you get no ads. If you've already, but you got to have Amazon Prime. But you got to have, if you're going to do that, make sure when you sign up to Twitch, if you haven't already, the email for your Amazon has to be the same as the email for the Twitch. Thanks for following the Roodles. Thank you very much. I apologize. There's not much going on the brew cam today. It's brewing, but there's not much to see. Everything's just going smoothly. You're getting the fingers. Sorry, Batch. Watching on YouTube, swapped over and give you my Amazons. Thanks very much, Deroodles. Thank you. Thank you very much. And there's all and the reason Twitch is just can be a lot of fun. But I mean, you can play your games and stuff. Like, I know I don't do it very often, but sometimes during my stream, you can load up games where the people in the chat can play along with you and stuff like that. It's there's a whole heap of stuff you can do that you can't do on like YouTube. Especially this one, because I'm going for a long, because it's a 60, such a low mash. I'm giving it a long time. It's still got 50 minutes to go. 47 minutes on the first step to go. So it's probably still got an hour and a half to all up to go. And I don't know why those, as I said, I only set all this up yesterday, and I'm not quite sure why those sound effects aren't coming through for you too. There's all sound effects things and stuff. That one's, that one's not working for some reason. So beer is good didn't work. Did you get the builder's bum? That's all right. Sorry about that if you're eating. Oh, did you hear the sound? I saw it. Try this one. Yeah, the sound. Oh, yeah, that one worked. There you go. So one of them's working, one of them isn't. Sound alerts is working, and the other one isn't. I should have got that one. Did you get the applause one? Oh, I'm not hairy or anything. That'll be as clean as plumber's crack you've ever seen. Yes, rocking it. I keep going to look around the room. I can't look around the room with glasses on. Everything's fuzzy. Should have had a hot toddy cloppy. I'm not allowed to drink it. Save my sugars for beers. Go back in though. Every sugar is golden. I feel like a weed rolling around the floor. Oh, there goes a cartoon me. What was the grain bill? The grain bill was it was originally was 5 kilo of Pilsner malt, and then I got all old school and went, you can't just do Pilsner malt, which you can these days, but so I put in a kilo. So I took out a kilo of Pilsner malt and put in a kilo of ale malt. So it's 1 kilo ale malt, 4 kilo of Pilsner malt, and then I had some chip malt just hanging, still sitting here that's going stale. So I threw in 200 gram of chip malt. Thank you for following, James M80. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thanks very much. I didn't even know that worked on my channel. I thought I saw someone do it a few months ago when I got to live stream. That's awesome. Thank you. So I remember, yeah, this was one of the albums I was at school and asked Dad to buy for me for Christmas or something. Something like that. Destroyer. Oh, now it's Cherry Pie. I thought they played it before, but they didn't. Now I want to see the video clip. Thanks for the sub. Thank you very much. I now put my glasses on to read the names. That's not helping me. Oh, Avenger. Thank you. Yeah, still bass playing. I've actually cleaned my. Oh, it doesn't look like it now because my chiller's on it. My amp's just beside me there somewhere. It's got the chiller sitting on it now. But yeah. Nah, still playing. Not as much as I'd like to, but yes. I've been practicing the drums. I'm trying to learn how to play drums, which is really hard when you're my age. Bloody hard. Thanks for following, James. Did I say that before? G'day, Mitchell. Yeah, Cobo Hall. Would have been good to see him back then. Would have been good. I've seen the footage. I used to have some bootleg concerts of it and stuff. Yeah, you got to get into it, James. It's bloody hard when you. I don't know what age you learn. I wish I had. I always wanted to play when I was a kid, but my old man said no, so I played bass. But I've always wanted to play drums, and so I got some probably 6 months ago. Yeah, I don't know how you use the app either. I haven't done it. Looks like Wee Lad's corner. My drum kit is in the other corner. During lockdown, I just used to come out here and drink too many beers and plug the bass in and make a lot of noise. Drummer, awesome. In the keg car, but it depends how you. G'day, Bryce. Anyway, but it depends how you're doing it, mate. It can take from overnight to a week, you know. An NIPA usually takes longer than other styles. Any sort of big beer, if it's big alcohol and a heavy beer, will sort of take a little bit longer in my experience. But it depends how you're doing it. Like, yeah, if you've just got it set at pouring pressures, then it's probably going to take a week or two to get right. I won't tell you to rock and roll it because if it's already been carbonated, you don't know how much to. And you got to learn how to do that. And it's an NIPA, so you probably shouldn't be rock and rolling it anyway. Okay. Out. What do you mean? I'm just trying to think. Do I need to do anything else? I was going to try putting some enzymes in for the last hour. I might just leave it for the bed now. I can't remember how much I used last time. It's been a few years since I've used this stuff. I don't think you need the whole lot, but I think it's sufficient for treatment up to 7.5 kilo of liquefied starch. For volumes up to 25 litres. I might just use the whole pack in the. Yeah, I'll just put the whole pack in the fermenter, see what happens. It can't be far off, Bryce, then. It can't be far off. It can't be far off at all, mate. The only thing I would say is if you're going through any one-way valves or like one-way manifolds, some of them can reduce the pressure. And so it looks like you set at 12, but it's only like 10 getting to the keg. But it still should be pretty carbonated. I'm building a 10 tap here. I have one more tap to float. Hang on, I'm starting to lose all the chat. Can I scroll back? Hang on a sec. How do you feel about the Kevik yeast? I don't really like them very much. I know they're really popular at the moment. I got into them, a couple of years ago now, and sometimes the beers were great, sometimes they weren't, and yeah, I've actually got one on tap now that's fine that a mate brewed, but that's because it's drenched in Citra hops. That's all you can taste is Citra, and that's awesome. But besides that, if they're not drenched in hops, then I don't really like the Quike beers. There's always something I can taste at the back, like a dusty or like a real earthy flavour that I don't like. I guess a bit of tap Keezer. I have one more tap to float. I want to make use of my lemon tree. Look, I haven't really made hard lemonade, but the way I am, the recipe I'm building for ginger beer is to brew a seltzer and make a natural concentrate, like a cordial. I don't know what you call it overseas, but what do you call cordial overseas? I don't know. Anyway, and then mix it after the fact because I think fermentation changes the flavors too much of things. So that's what I'd rather do. I'd ferment a seltzer and then add the flavors later. I mean, and even you don't even have to add the flavor to the keg, but I mean that's a bit of a hassle because then you'd have to like add flavoring to every glass. But it is an option. No worries, Cloppy. But the good thing about that too is you get to the end of the ferment and say you got a seltzer, which is just virtually alcohol carbonated water, and you can adjust it in the glass. Get a glass, add a little bit, add a little bit. Then you know how much to add to the keg. You're not going to overshoot. Um, it's possibly. We'll see how it turns out, mate. It's a first recipe. I'm using Nelson, which I don't really like very much. In certain beers, I like it. I'm doing a Nelson Strata one, so Strata and Nelson. So if it goes all right, I might chuck it in. I'll take it easy, Brian. Thanks for dropping in, mate. I'll be in the hoppy hour. What does that mean? Does that mean on the piss, or is that be in the hoppy hour? Yeah, look, as I said, I don't mind them, but I've got to cover them up heavily with hops. But once I've done that, I don't mind it. Some people say they're neutral, right? And that's fine because they might taste neutral to some people. They don't taste neutral to me. Thanks for the sub, Jake. And, as I said, there's probably 2 out of 10 beers that have quite that I don't mind drinking, but most of them I haven't enjoyed. I don't know. It's really hard to say. I think lagers. So there was sort of a bit more last year, but I think the lagers will be strong again this year. Proper ones, not rushed. Proper ones, and I think IPLs. I still have a feeling that it'll be IPLs. I can't see. I don't know what else. There's that many new trends around, is there? I don't know. I visit a lot of breweries. I haven't seen anything too new and out there. Um, what was there was a I think dark beers are sort of getting a little bit bigger again. There was a few on at the brewery the other day I went to, but I don't really get them at breweries. No worries, Quinny. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not right up with YouTube channels. I try to keep up with people, but far out. I'm subscribed to about 1,000. That's not even a an understatement, like an overstatement. I mean, at least 5, 6, 700, nearly 1,000 brewing channels, and just to be able to keep up with them all is impossible. How long have we got? Still got half an hour. It's been a long match. Long match today. It's probably done, finished now, but I'm going to let it go. G'day, House Park. Bloody hell, I just forgot your name. Parko. What am I talking about? Sparko. You don't like lagers? Oh, I like some. There's some really good ones. Actually, I'm really looking forward to. There's a new version of Rattenhund, which is a New Zealand version, so it's probably going to be close to an IPL, I guess. Oh, is it? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen much like anything new. I mean, it's pretty hard to come up with a new beer every week. I mean, the closest thing we had was the cold IPA, which wasn't an IPA, which is an IPL. And that's a funny thing today. Well, it's not funny, but that's the yeast I'm using in this is going to be the Kolsch yeast. And so I fought against the cold IPAs using lager yeast because it doesn't make any sense at all because then they're not an IPA. So I was brewing them with Kolsch yeast and ale yeast, but brewing them cold, and they were coming up really nice. So that's what I'm going to use in this. So it's a brewed IPA, which is fine, but I'm using Kolsch yeast instead of USO5 or something. I was talking about sours earlier. They got to be They got to be good. I'm not really into all these Philly sour beers. They've got to be special, and then I really like them. But yeah, the bacon. I mean, the Hope Brew. See, a lot of people complain about their beers too, that they're sours. But you like what you like. That Sunny Boy gets a heap of raps, good raps. Because I heard they use some sort of flavoring or something. I can't remember what the story was. I shouldn't go on about it without remembering properly. But I think I've had that Sunny Boy beer. I can't remember if I liked it. I honestly can't remember. I've seen it. Maybe I've just seen the can around a lot. Aussie again. Would you brew your IPL like a lager or a pils? Yes. Yes, I would. Um, yeah, no, I would. Although things are going to change with the Nova Lager yeast too. See, I have got some Nova Lager yeast here as well, and I've got 6 packs coming in the mail tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. I've only brewed one. Oh, I brewed an IPL with it originally, so that was good. That was really nice. So that would make it was lagery without having to wait weeks and weeks. So it was done in 10 days, like done in the keg and drinkable in 10 days. It doesn't produce sulfur at all or H2S, HS2, whatever it is. G'day, New Zealand beer babe. How you going? White Bay Lager from Balmain. I just, yeah, I'm still on the Ratty Hunt, the Ratton Hunt, and all its brothers and sisters. But most people around the country wouldn't have had its brothers and sisters. They've done an Italian Pilsner with it, and there's a new one that's a New Zealand Pilsner, and there was another one too. Can't remember. I hear what you're saying about the nostalgic feel. Did you open the can and get a free one? G'day, Gash. I've learned a lot from watching your videos. Thanks for the cheers from the fart the fartotorium. I don't know if I want to visit or not. Thanks very much, Michael. California Common. But then it wouldn't be an IPL, would it? Is California Common actually a lager? It's an ale yeast, isn't it? Or is it a lager yeast? I don't know. I haven't. California Common's like, well, yeah, the California lager yeast they call it, isn't it? Yeah, one of those. I haven't really looked into it. I used it years ago and haven't gone back. So I don't know if it's a. I can't remember if it was a lager yeast or an ale yeast. It was a lager yeast. It could be brewed warmer, wasn't it? I can't remember. But Nova Lager is great. I mean, I only used it once, but I've probably had 4 or 5 beers of other people's. 4 or 5, maybe 3. I can't remember. Chocolate brownie. Oh, that's right. I was talking. Pirate Life. Pirate Life still do some good stuff. Best NIPAs you've tasted. I was on holiday. Oh yes, I have used it, and I've got a packet in the fridge still here. And as I said, I've got another 6 packs coming tomorrow. I liked it. I do have a whole video on how the whole thing went. Kindle on which I can maybe show you. Maybe I've got Exodus bonded by blood. Quick pause it. It's going to make some noise. Queue, share, copy. I'll whack it in all the chat. So there's it in the Twitch chat. And here it is in the YouTube chat. The Kolsch's Ale. Yeah, so I'm using Kolsch's today. But I'm so tempted to go and get the Nova Lager yeast too. I don't know. No, it's meant to be it's meant to be an IPA, so I'm using Kolsch's, the ale yeast. But I really enjoyed it. It smashed through my brew. I did use 20 grams instead of 11 grams, whatever it is, like say more or less 2 packs, which I do that all the time anyway. It's always better more yeast than not enough. It smashed through in a couple of days through my IPL. There was no sulfur produced at all. It just doesn't produce it. Like it's not. If somehow you thought you get that yeast to produce it, then there's something majorly wrong. And so and because of that, you don't need to lager it. So it smashes through. You just it's like an ale yeast. It's like an ale yeast, and then the beer's ready to drink. Thanks for the sub, Mod. Thank you, and Pebs. Thank you, Pebs. Oh no, Dave's gifting him. Dave gifted one to Pebbles. Thank you very much, Dave. Oh, Dave gifted 2 subs. Thank you very much, Dave. I can't see. It's hard to see everything on this single screen. Thank you very much, Dave. Very muchly appreciated. I've got to think. I'm going to forget something in this brew. No, it's all about the boil, this brew. It's all about the boil. Well, actually, it's all about... yeah, the boil. It's most of the boil and the chilling rather than the whirlpool rather than the mash. The mash is easy. Get a SJ Sprut, is it? I think it said Sprut. How you going? Get a Mike from New Zealand, Hard Yards. Off to work. Mike works in a brewery. If you're in New Zealand, go and visit it. It's called Forgotten 49. I think that's what it is, isn't it? Jesus Christ, my memory today is terrible. And it's in Stratford. I can't remember. Oh, my memory is terrible. But it's a good brewery, and he does a red IPA. You've probably seen me brew. If you watch my YouTube channels, you would have seen me brew one of his beers on my YouTube channel. I can't hear the music. No, I need my headphones. Yeah, so the yeast thing. Yeah, so Kolsch today, because I'd feel like I was cheating if I'd used a lager yeast like the Nova Lager in this when it's not when it's an IPA. Even though I think it'd go really well, but then it'd make it an IPL. It wouldn't be a. It'd really suit. It'd really suit this brewed IPA. Torn now. No, I'm going to use the Kolsch yeast. I bought fresh Kolsch yeast, so. And I'll ferment it about 15. Keep it at pretty low so it doesn't get too many. Hello, what are you doing? All right, see you later. Did you put some sunscreen on? Well, put some sunscreen on. You know the rules. I can't see. It's too bright out there. It's not working. You're lucky. Put some sunscreen on. How do you go about building a recipe? Well, I've sort of gone, yeah, put both in. Sort of gone back to keeping it simple. I think everyone, it's me. I sort of started brewing before the internet. And so it was books and magazines and things, And it was like in the magazines, every recipe has to have 5 or 6 ingredients. And I think that there's a couple of reasons. One, they are trying to sell stuff for people. It's usually some form of advertising behind the recipes, whether it be a brew shop or a brewery or something. And I think they couldn't just, if they printed their recipes every week and there was only 100 grams worth of, grain difference, people would they just go, oh, these are nearly the same recipes. You're just moving the hops around. But yeah, keep them simple. What I'm saying is keep them simple. Unless you're brewing a super big, huge stout or something, try and keep them really simple. Hang on, I've just got to cough for a second. Oh, I need a drink of water. I'm talking too much. Yeah, so I try and keep them simple. So, ale, I use ale malt. Pilsner, I use Pilsner malt. Well, basics. And then I do try to stick to the styles of the beer. I don't go out of the way too much. I check out the BJCP, what it says about the style. I look at a couple of different recipes, I'll go through my magazines or books and compare a couple. Reference. If you're not using reference, you're not, it doesn't matter who you are, you're not doing it right. If you think you can just make them up all out of your head all the time, well, if it's just a simple pale ale, yeah. But if it's a style you don't know, you need to use reference. It's like anything, art, anything, reference. If you're going to draw a dog, you look at a picture of a dog and then you draw it. When you make a recipe, It's like trying to make a cake. You can't. You got to use reference. You got to. Yeah. I mean, yep, you can get away with just throwing grain in and throwing hops in, and it'll be drinkable, hopefully. But it depends what you want. If you want, if you want to brew good beer or just okay beer, then if you want to brew really good beer, then you got to take that little bit of time to do some research and have a little bit of a look around and see what people are doing. I would not trust randoms like me on YouTube or Facebook. But no, even a lot of YouTubers, I don't. They're just fake. Not all. There's a few that are bad. I do trust the books more than there's a few. Oh yeah, I do see them too. There's a few. I saw someone do a cold IPA with a quake yeast, and you think, what the fuck are you doing? There's certain books, like I still go back to Brewing Classic Styles. Is it just a classic book? And that's a great start for recipes. And then most of the books, you can usually tell. I buy a lot of books. I know no one buys books these days, or digital, and you can usually tell within looking at the first couple of recipes in a book and go, oh, this bloke doesn't even know what they're doing. And so then they're the books you sort of trust a little bit more. All right, take it easy, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks very much, Quinny. Thanks for the sub or the subscribe. Thank you very much. A lot of the magazines I do trust. Well, as you said, you can look at a recipe and go, hang on, something just doesn't seem right there. Well, what the hell are they putting that in? Why is there a kilo of roast malt or something? And you go, hang on, or a kilo of smoke, then you go, there's something wrong there. But that's it. Look at the style. Look what you're trying to brew. Look at brewing classic styles. And then you can experiment, but don't. That's what everyone says. If you're trying to hone a recipe, there's no point swapping 4 ingredients, because you're not going to know which does what. So I usually, you might add 100 or 200 grams or whatever of a certain ingredient you want to try in it. There's an Irish red ale I did years ago for a competition, and it was a pretty normal Irish red ale. Probably had 3 or 4 ingredients: some some dark crystal malt, some light crystal malts, and a tiny handful of roasted for some red color, and some base malt. And I threw in out of the blue some, which you didn't see back then because it was pretty hardly ever used. Now I can remember the name of it. It was in my head before. Anyway, this weird malt that gives you sort of a cherry flavour sometimes. Cherry? I don't like cherries. So I used 100 grams of that, and which I can. God, my memory today is terrible. Irish red comp winner. Special B, that's what it was. It was Special B, Dingham Special B, which isn't an ingredient you'd normally see in an Irish red. But I thought it'd sort of fit and give a little bit of flavour, and it was for a competition, so I thought I'd just throw in something a little bit different. It did really well. It got second, was the best Irish red in the competition, second all up in the whole competition. But that was only just adding a tiny little bit. And you never know what it's gonna do. So that's that twist, or change your hops up a bit or something. And as I'll always tell beginners too, you just got to watch. If one recipe says chocolate malt, this company's chocolate malt can be so different from the next company's. Just totally different. It could be twice as strong or twice as weak, or half as strong. And roasted malts, chocolate malts, crystals, you just got to keep an eye on those. You can substitute them, of course, but you really got to watch the numbers because you can totally ruin a beer. One smoked malt isn't another smoked malt. If you get a a recipe that has Wyman smoked malt and you use Gladfield smoked malt, you're going to get a totally, completely different beer. A totally, completely different. And there is a good thing, I have talked about it in one of my YouTube videos. I know not everyone watches everything, but there's a Gladfield comparison chart. If you search for Gladfield malt substitute, I think it'll come up, and that's a really good one. It goes through just about all the brands of malt. It might not have a couple of the newer ones, but they're pretty good at updating things. And it'll even have a ratio for you. So if you have to use this other chocolate malt instead of this one, it'll have a ratio of what to use, 2-1 or, yeah. That's it, yeah. I like the idea of running averages of winning beers. Yeah, that works. The other thing to do, and I was at the home brewing conference a couple of months ago now, and they had all the home brew, the winners that have won all these competitions up there, and they were talking about stuff. And they had the owner of the Voyager Malt up there too. Oh, it was a different thing, but he said the same thing. And if you're really going for something important to you, and you want to win, don't use malt like I'm using today that's been stored in my shed for 6 months. If you really want to do something special for a batch, go and get a fresh, not a whole bag, whatever you need from your local home brew shop, as long as they go through their malts. But most home brew shops do. And just get a fresh batch of malt. Yeah, your malt will last for 2 years in your garage, but you're not going to get the same flavours in your beer that you will get from fresh malt. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, and I don't like to hear that because I like storing bags here. But if you want the best beer, you go and get some fresh malt. And this was a guy that was trying to sell us malt, bags of malt, that told us that. He said, if you want to, the freshest beer you can. Yeah. Well, you get it posted. But, I mean, that's not for every day. Like, every day, although this might end up in a competition, but yeah, I'm a bit worried about using the malt that's been sitting here for 12 months. It's not the best. It'll work, and the beer will be nice. But there's that could be the difference between you winning the competition and not winning. Mean Brews, where do Mean Brews talk? I haven't tried. Oh, Steering Wolf. I've heard. No, I don't think I've tried it. Was that a rename? It's been around a while, I think. House Park. Not, where do I see? I don't know if you can freeze malt. Where did Mean Brews come in? Why can't I see Mean Brews? I must have missed it. I can't see it for some reason. Oh, sorry, Eric. I didn't see your oi, oi, oi. Get lost. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think you'd freeze. I wouldn't. I have enough problem with hops in my freezer, let alone trying to stick a couple of bags. See, I've got bags down here, right? And I just cable tie my bags, double cable tied, twist the tops, double cable tie them. And those bags are plastic lined as well on the inside, so it's plastic and then the bag, and it's just not that good. I do have buckets as well with grain. That's got grain in it. But now my lids are splitting on the bucket, so I have to go. I used to store it all in buckets. But I can't, everyone's gone to those other ones these days, the screw top ones. What are they called? Whatever, called for dog food and that. Yeah, I can't justify the price just yet, but if I ever see them cheap, I might grab them. But again, you don't want to store your grains for too long. Like, I mean, you can always I wouldn't be. Have you got a big freezer big enough to put a bag of malt in? I don't know if I'd be freezing it. Would it kill the enzymes? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, as I said, we're only talking like little differences, right? But as I said, it could be the difference between you winning. If you really going for a competition, don't be using a bag you've had sitting. These bags I get sent for free thanks to Bintani, but you know the use by date on them was like a month. I had a month left when I got it, and then it sits in my shed for another 6 months. You know what I mean? And they just get a bit stale. I wouldn't freeze, but I don't know. It just seems crazy. I wouldn't freeze it. There's a whole heap of stuff of when freezing things, and then you have to get some out. And while you're getting it out, there's condensation, and then you're putting it back in. Like, besides what it could do to the enzymes, there's a whole range of stuff that freezing would make problematic. I would think, unless maybe it doesn't get, you don't have to worry about condensation where you are. There's Yeah. Oh, I get you. Everyone wants to buy a cheap bag of grain. I get you. I totally get you. I think the best you could do would be to vac seal it and store it somewhere where the temperatures, or a good sealed container, and somewhere not like my garage where sometimes it's 40 degrees, sometimes it's 0 degrees. You'd want it somewhere with a bit more everything stable temperature, out of the sunlight, out of airflow, and you got the best chance, haven't you? I'm only telling you what maltsters have told me, right? And the brewers that won all the competitions, home brewers. Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Lucky you don't live in fart land or whatever the other place. Uh, all right, we must be getting close now. We must be getting close. All right, 4 minutes, but that's a silly thing. I've got two more steps in it, so it's still going to be probably half an hour before we pull the basket. Although, do I really have to do a mash out on this beer? I don't. I don't really have to do a mash out because I'm trying to get rid of all the sugars. I'm trying to break down all the sugars. If I was brewing a stout and wanted to keep body, or even an IPA, something where I want to keep a lot of body in the beer, yeah, mash out's very important. But this beer is not so important for a mash out because if it cools down, if the wort cools down at the bottom of the thing while I'm sparging, it doesn't matter because I'm trying to break. It's only a 60-degree mash anyway, so I'm trying to break down all those sugars. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying, if you're trying to brew a stout and you've had it at 69 or 70 or whatever you're mashing at for your stout, nice and warm, so you keep long chain sugars in your wort. If you're not careful, I'll burn myself on there again. If you're not careful, when you're like going through the sparge and things like that, if it cools down, if that wort cools down in the bottom of your kettle or somewhere where you're storing it, then you can be ruining all that trouble you went to about doing a hot mash. And that once that cools down, the enzymes are still in there unless you've mashed out. If you're mashed out, they're not. They're dead. They're denatured. If you haven't mashed out, those enzymes can still work on that wort and break down all those longer chain sugars, and you'll end up with a beer that'll with a final gravity much lower than you wanted. But if you do start freezing malt, I'd like to see your pictures of it. I knew a guy that used to store it in a freezer. He had a huge freezer. God, he had bags and bags of it. Probably a 10-foot freezer he had, like a big chest freezer. And he started having real issues with well, yeah, because with moisture and I don't think his freezer was on though, but he was storing it in there, and yeah, the moisture was built up, was became problematic. Somehow it sweated or whatever. His videos might be still on YouTube. I can't remember if he talked about it on his live stream or it was on one of his videos, but Tiny Brewer used to call himself. I can't remember he hasn't done a brewing video for years. I can't remember what his channel was called. It was something to do with pool and beer and yeah, I can't remember. The trouble with these Amazon playlists, well, it's just about the mash is just finished. The normal mash, it's just about to go into the second step at 70 degrees, which it's probably a little bit of overkill. It's just about to. Yeah, no, it's just gone up to 70 now, so it's starting to heat. It says that, you might not be able to see that, it says 60.5. It's starting on the heating cycle now. 60.6. Thanks for following, Jack. Oh, didn't you do that, Quinny? Oh, no, you subbed before. Thanks for that, Quinny. Yeah, so we're heating now to the next step. 61. I should probably turn the pump up a little. Trying to get a little bit of flow, just to help that out. Yeah, I can turn this up heaps. It's not even back. I don't know if you can see that. Stupid thing in the way. I can't remember what I'm not prepared. Yeah. It'll pull over a keg in a minute. It's empty, but I'm going to pull it over. Doing all things with one hand. Still not going to be on the right side anyway. Oh. Light help at all. Oops, we crashed. That cam crashed. Oh, we lost the cam. We lost the cam. Why did we lose the cam? Oops. We lost the webcam. Come on. I'm surprised it lasted this long. I didn't think it would work at all, but it did work. We'll have to change the cam over. Webcam's going on. Let me turn that off. Change things over a bit. How's it coming? No, you're not doing it anyway. Mum's going to be home soon.
No.
I don't know where it is, though. No, that one's died. All right, hang on. I'll just go and get the other webcam. Be back in a sec.
Did your mum say any more?
Now you know why I'm saving for a new webcam. Out. I don't know where it is, Tom. See ya. If you put things away, kids don't have kids. If you put things away, you'd know where they were, doll. And I don't know where they are. Sorry.
You're a kid, Dad. You were one.
I was a kid. You're right. Don't be cheeky though.
You're a bit kid. Right, find that. What's your thing, Mum?
All right. See, this is what I'm trying to save up for some new games for the brewery, because I have to bring out the ones from the inside and then have to pull everything apart. You know what I mean? Just trying to avoid doing this today, but anyway. Kids, go. All right. Let's see if we can find it. It's always something, mate. Cams, especially the cams I've got, they are. That's not what I was looking for. They are a pain in the ass. GoPro webcam, top cam. Just actually, I should do this. Do this like this, and then you just don't have to look at blank screens. Top cam properties. That one. There we go. Back in action, just about. I know you can't see it yet, but we're just about back in action. A little bit. There we go. And now we're gonna have two mics on, probably, haven't we? Oh no, we haven't. That's all right. Good. Let's copy. What's that? Top cam. Let's copy that into here. Just like that. And also copy it into here, just like that. And we're good to go in a second. Where'd that top can go? Oh, I went way out there. It's got to go way down. Well, I could use my phone too. Oh, I've got all sorts of things happening here at the moment. All right. There we go. There's that one back. Close enough. And there's that one. That'll do. Although that needs to go right down underneath everything else. Oh, shit, not there. Needs to go down there. All right, we're back. What was I doing? I was going to turn the flow up because we're trying to change temperatures, and the flow is really low, and we're not backing up or anything, so I can turn it up a little bit. I wouldn't go full bore, but the more flow you got, the more the better it's going to do the temp changes and things. Again, I don't want to splash. You can say what you want about hot side oxidation, but if you're wanting some, what it can do is affect your malt flavors. It's not like it's not like oxidation after fermentation. Different. Well, it's still oxidation, but you don't. It's not going to taste the same. Is what I'm trying to say. But it does affect. If you're trying to brew Hellas's and stuff like that, it's good to avoid a bit of splashing. G'day, PA Brew News. How you going? Might be the only time for a beer. Although I'm waiting for some lunch. I think hopefully, since the wife's gone out shopping this morning, to get a facial. She always finds I got this voucher that I had to use up. She needs to come up with a new excuse. It's always, I found another voucher, which I have to use by tomorrow, so I have to go and have a facial. Yeah, all right. It's fine. She just needs a better excuse. And so actually, we're probably nearly past the 70. Oh, we're up to... we're in the... just about to go to mash out. We're sitting at 69 point something, I think. I haven't been watching the timer, but should pull that over a bit. Oh, that's what hasn't been happening. The alerts for the tips and the... Oh, I know. I'm trying to look after... I'm trying to be nice to me diabetes, and you just got to have something in your guts if you're going to have a beer. I'm being honest. There you go. I only had a smoothie for breakfast, so I need something in my guts. I had a lovely smoothies, would love it. It was avocado, cucumber, ginger, kiwi fruit, pineapple juice. These beta glucan things, and lemon. I have been calling it Hulk jizz, but I probably shouldn't. Is that swearing on YouTube? I don't know. I don't think so. Guys, bringing the ballads out today. Why am I stirring on the live feed? How far behind's that? Oh, we've detected copyrighted audio on your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. What's going on YouTube, see? Bloody YouTube. Warner Brothers too. It doesn't like Warner Brothers. I just want to say a quick thank you. Been brewing a bag for years, but being games. No worries, Mickey. Thank you. Oh, I knew I'd have to delete this video as soon as I'd done. I knew that. But especially Warner Brothers. Come through okay? Okay. So that's the thing. On Twitch, I can keep the video at the end of this and download it and still have a copy, and then upload, and it won't have the music in it, and upload it to YouTube later. So if people want to watch it again, but the YouTube one I recorded right now, and I did that because there'd be more people watching on YouTube that are subscribed there. You can't do that on YouTube, so Twitch is smart. Twitch, I can play music to you that you can hear, but it doesn't go in the recorded video, which they call VOD, the video on demand. Like you can watch it again at the end. It won't have the music in it. That's clever. I don't know. It blows my mind they can do that. And virtually, it's just another stream of sound, of course. So you hear 2 streams of sound, but it's only recording 1 stream of sound to my video. G'day, Will. How are you? Why aren't the... So they must be stream effects. I wonder why that isn't working. You're right, mate. We're still in the mash. It's not much happening. Why isn't the stream effects working? Audio nested. Oh, sorry, I should have done that. Interesting. What can you do and can't you do? Well, you just don't. You don't eat carbs, especially by themselves. So I just got to, I can't have me hot chips anymore, but I can. I can have a couple with a meal. But you don't hook into packets of crisps, packets of chips and stuff like that. It's about you try not to eat too much rice or pasta or anything like that. Sugar, you stop eating sugar and anything that turns into sugar easily. But you can have a couple of beers. You still got to watch it and make sure you got food in your gut and try not to be drinking ones with lactose and stuff in them. Because the alcohol, of course, turns to sugar, but it depends on your body, though. Mine seems to be doing all right. Like the alcohol, at the moment anyway, the alcohol, it's like you'd say it's lower GI, so it takes longer to turn into sugar in your body than it does normal sugar. So, yeah. If you drink a Brut IPA or something, not a Brut IPA, something with lactose in it, then yeah, that's going to spike your blood sugars because of all the extra sugars. But if you the alcohol takes longer to spike, and that's the thing. You're trying not to spike your blood sugars. You're trying to keep your blood sugars level. Andrew made a keg last night, probably. I'm not quite sure what you... Because you made a keg last night. How tempted do you get? What do you mean? To doing bad shit or whatever? Not bad shit, but yeah. It's been okay. I never ate any rice or pasta. Like, it was once a month that if we got Chinese or something, I'd have rice. I didn't ever really like pasta, so. I'd been off the bread for years too, so like only once a week sort of thing. Like, um, it wasn't too hard. The hot chips thing kills me. And it was only when I had a really bad hangover, say on a Saturday night, that I'd crave a lolly or like some sort of sugar. And maybe that's why, maybe because I probably had it for a while. Holly, what are you looking for? The chalk? I don't know where it is, though. You've had it and not put it away, so I don't know where it is. Sorry. It's not under my desk this time. So it's not. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't really enjoy lactose in beers as well. So it hasn't been that. I can't, I shouldn't be getting blind, 12-hour drinking binges, but I shouldn't be doing that at my age now anyway. No one should be doing it, The sugar. Yeah, I haven't really had. Because I had a weight problem before, but then I lost it all. That was from smoking pot and doing nothing. And then I lost it all and was labouring for fucking, 12, 16-hour days. Lost it all. And then when I became a stay-at-home dad, because we didn't really have much choice, I started putting weight on. Then I lost it again. But then during lockdown, I just, I put a weight on really easy. And maybe, who knows, that might have been something to do with the diabetes as well. Because I hadn't been tested for a long time. I kind of knew what was going on. I knew. That's why I avoided getting tested for a long time.
Daddy, can I have these? Can I have the gummy?
Hang on a sec, I'm just answering you. Yeah. It's like, and you figure it out, right? I like having me barmies, me vegetarian, like salad rolls with that. And you figure it out. I was testing myself with the sugar, and sometimes it'd spike. And then I thought, oh, I must be this on it. And what it ended up being was the sauce on it. So now I can still get the banh mi, but I can't have the sauce because it was full of sugar. The little bit of bread's okay because it's got a heap of meat and a heap of veggie in there, and it's okay. Oh, I missed that, but Ven just said he would. Did that come up on the screen? Store grain cold. Yeah, heavily controlled. Hang on a sec. Ask one of the kids what they want for lunch. All right, that's lunch sorted. Should be having a barbie, but I'm brewing. One of the sips is a constipissy. How do you figure it out? I figured I was thirsty all the time. And I could feel it in my feet a little bit. Like there was a bit of swelling going on in the ankles and stuff. And itchy nipples. You should just go and get tests. The test doesn't. It's a pain in the ass of a test, but that is good for you because diabetes isn't very nice. Soon you'll be. Hi, Claus. How you going? No bugs in mine. Oh, there sometimes has been bugs in mine. It's usually earwigs. Yes, golly. No. She's at the shop. She's coming back now. Go out. Go and get lost, kids. We're pretty lucky. We have a cul-de-sac, a court. Like the street isn't a through street, so all the kids go up the end of the street and play. They don't have to worry about cars going past. Now they're bugging me. They're hanging around. Oh, I heard. I think that either means we're at temperature or we're at the end. We're at the end. He's going off everywhere. Oh no, that was a message from the Brewzilla on my phone to tell me that it's done. And now the next door neighbour dog's starting to bark. I can't show you the message because I just pressed on it and it disappeared. There was a message from Wrapped saying that the brew's over. So thank God for that. That was a long mash. All right, so it's looking clear. As she should be, and she's very hot. Very hot. Yeah, pull that out. Always pull your tube out before you turn your pump off. Because otherwise, there's no other way grain can get into your pump. I don't know how people do it. That's the only possible way. They can't get through the mesh. They can't get through the second mesh. The only way it can get into your pump is to go back down your hose. And if you turn your pump off while that's in there, that's how it'll happen. Right, let's just turn that. I can turn the whole thing off. Just for a second so it's not clicking. These feel really hot. I guess they are hot in the mash out temps. I haven't really looked at the recipe, but I'm guessing we're going to be sparging with about 14, 15 litres. Where is it? Yeah, they say 13.7, 14 litres. I reckon it'll be more because I reckon we're going to overshoot the numbers. So we'll go with 14 to start with, but I can see me adding some more water. There really wasn't much to see in that mash. Just, yeah. It is one of the benefits of having a wider machine rather than the 35 litres. Except you got to remember, yeah, it is on a 15 amp, so. Leave that there. Just going to check the water levels on my HLT here next to it. So I know what I'm doing. It's hot. Got a glove on and I'm using the wrong hand. Alright, where are we there? Yeah, we're at about the 30 litre mark. So if I go to the 14 litre mark, 16 litre, what am I talking about? 14, 16 litre mark, then that's 14 litres. And I think everything's right. You could go to a half step or whatever, but I don't see much point. I think it's heavy for you, I guess. I can't see it. I should probably put it going, set it to start boiling already, but this sparge is going to be fast. It's not going to really lose anything. What is that? I made an error of just getting my. Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that you just got to be careful of. There's forgetting that you've either turned on or off the tap on the pump sometimes, and you go and do something and go, "What's going on?" And you turn the. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. But sometimes you do forget how dangerous things can be. Especially pressure fermenting, like with everybody jumping onto pressure fermenting, people that haven't even used a keg before, and they don't realise how dangerous just a couple of PSI could be, or how fast the ferment will build up pressure, and if you've just forgotten to open something or set something correctly, and you listen to some bozo that's told you to do it at 30 PSI or something, and yeah, it all goes downhill and painful pretty fast. Then they're blaming Kegland for the equipment. But it's all learning, It's all learning. And that's the 14 litres. I don't reckon that's going to be enough, but that's okay. That went pretty fast at sparge. This mash bed's really got a really good flow to it. I'll fix this up a bit now. Go a bit higher, get a bit more in. Although, I'm just about to lower everything down. I'm actually going to take this down, which I've still got 15 litres of hot water in it, so I've got to be careful. Get rid of the crates. Because I'm going to use this and put my chiller on this to flush out my chiller and not pump boiling work through it, which one is bad for your pump, and two, that's how you get. I'm using a plate chiller today, which I haven't used for a while. I don't want to be pumping boiling water through a plate chiller. Let that drain a bit. While that's draining, I will put it up to, what I usually do is like put it up to 95 or something. So you're heading towards the boiling temperature, but it's not going to boil over on you or anything. Not that this will boil over, but it's not going to get away from you. So I'll put it on 98. They're going to go to 98. Yeah, it is. Wasn't sure if the profile was still overriding it. I'll just let that drain a bit though. A lot of the times in the single one you would have seen me, I just drain until it hits a certain litre mark. But it's a bit hard to see it in these. You got to sort of pick it up and have a look. But as I said, I'm going to need to water this down. I reckon I might be talking myself up a bit, but I reckon I'm going to overshoot the numbers there. I could be wrong though. G'day, Joe. Welcome back, Beero. It would be sure you don't burn yourself or take off your face. I'll take it easy, Gunda. Yeah, I will be on tomorrow night. It's all planned. Unless something goes terribly wrong, I'll be on my usual cast tomorrow night, yes. Thanks for hanging around, Gunda. Birakoi. There we go. From Texas. I'd love to go to fucking Texas. Well, I have to swear, I'd love to go to Texas. It'd be awesome. What other chat did I miss? I always miss stuff when I'm standing up, but that's just the way it is till I get another screen. Safety video, yeah. But that's it. You try not to. I used to drink all brew day, but now I try not to drink until boil at least. But not always. But oh, look, you see a ton, Joe, of the blowed up. I'm just going back to some old comments, pressure systems, but you know, it's like anything. You see more whinging. People don't get on there and go, "Wow, this is good. Wow, this is good." You know what I mean? They only get onto social media and have a whinge when something goes wrong. No, you're right, Nick. You're right. Iroquois. Yeah, there was when it was something for some reason when I saw your name originally this morning, I had some like Quo Vadis pop into my head, and I don't know why. That's just old age. Like it was an old game we used to play that, and I knew that it had nothing to do with it, sort of. But what did you use? Oh, these new ones don't have anything. Oh, and it's mate, do they? No, I use the Pro bottom screens, the screens without any holes. But if you do want to, there is I knew it wouldn't be able to find it. Actually, I pulled it down last time someone asked. You can buy the little plugs, the stainless steel. That's one of the original old ones, and you can just buy these. This is just a 1/4 inch little thing that you just buy from. You don't buy them from brew stores. Although I did get this from Kegland, but you can buy them anywhere. Hardware stores. 1/4 inch, and it doesn't sort of fit. It fits enough that you can tighten it, and it works. But yeah, the new ones, or you can buy what they call pro bottoms that don't have a hole. Although I don't think the new ones come with a hole. They just don't come with them anymore. They're kind of more of a pain in the ass. I mean, they were sort of a safety valve for people that like to walk away from your systems, but I just don't think you should be walking away from any brewing system when there's a pump on. You saw my post, but that. So I didn't. I must have missed your post. Sorry, but the dilution hot cube starters. But do you mean the little ones? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I think that's what you mean. The little liter ones. I nearly bought some bottles, and then I went. I had too many during a brew once. Popped the microwave timer. 60 minutes. Jesus. Would fitting a 6-inch bazooka screen? I've never liked bazooka screens, and there's absolutely no reason for it. There should not be stuff getting under your screen. They're just bazooka screen's got probably bigger holes than. Oh, I suppose you can get those really fine ones these days, can't you? Yeah, I wouldn't bother. I think people with grandfathers where they had that little filter, although hated it being there, but maybe that's because they kept falling off. There shouldn't be a need, right? There really shouldn't be a need. Either your grain's too fine, or you're getting stuff down your recirc pipe, because the stuff just shouldn't get there in the first place. Oh, because you threw your hop spider. Have you done? Hang on. I mean, you could add it if you want. Actually, you can't add it. You can't add it in these new ones. You must have a version 3. In the 4, there'd be no room for them at all. Have you? Yes, I've done. Well, I've got a an Irish red in there with Goldings hops in it, Goldings and Fuggles in the fridge right behind me. Hop cube, yeah, the 10 litre cubes. Yep. I did think about it for a video. I still might. I was cheaping out on the containers, and they look like a milk container. I'm going to go. They're going to get so. They were made of the right stuff, but they're going to get so thin, and the lid's probably going to pop off. I mean, so soft when the heat's on them. I don't know. I did buy actually a pressure cooker to make proper ones, which is up behind me there somewhere. Oh, you can't see it. It's right. There's a pressure cooker in that cardboard box right there, behind that bit of wood, to do starters. And then I stopped using liquid yeast and stopped doing starters so often, so I just never got around to doing that either. Getting a lot of Indian primary. I wonder where you're getting it. I wonder why you're getting so much hops in there. Oh, I'm adding it to the fermenter this time. I did a brew about a month ago, and I went to add I added the enzymes in the mash and the the outcome wasn't as good as when I usually do it in the fermenter. So I've gone back to the fermenter this time. I should have added a bit to both just for double sure, but I didn't. So mine's going in the fermenter. I've had good success with putting it in the fermenter before. So I'm going to do that again. Yeah, that's all I can, Jay. If you do a whirlpool, or you let it just settle down a bit after a brew and do a little bit of a whirl, even if it's just a manual whirlpool with this, it only takes like 15 seconds to stir, let it settle, and you'll get a lot less stuff. Because if you're getting a ton of stuff, you'll probably block a bouncer, but hopefully you don't. All right, I've had enough of this draining, I think. Let's just get it up to boil. Oh, you know what I forgot? I knew I was forgetting something. My mash up, so I was going to mash up for the fun of it. It doesn't matter. It wasn't important. I knew I'd forgotten something at the start. Remember, I couldn't work out what it was. That's what it was. It's not. It's not. This isn't an important beer for it. A single brew in the bag setup. Oh, you're not using this system with a. I forgot to mention I'm not using this. I'm using a single brew in the bag setup with a 6-inch bazooka. Well, you can get the finer ones. I don't know how. I haven't used one. Oh no, it'll be buried. The plumbing. You get the plumbing pipe, and it has like a stainless steel mesh over the plumbing pipe to strengthen and stop the plumbing pipe getting cut and stuff. You can get bazookas that use that stuff, and you won't get anything through there except liquid. Nothing's going to go through there. So what they do, I'm sure you can buy them now, but what the homebrewers used to do was, get that sort of, buy a piece from the hardware, cut the ends off, pull out the hose out of it, the rubber hose that was in the middle, and they'd just have this like steel mesh, and then they'd have to like make a coil of like stainless wire so this mesh didn't get crushed. And that really used to filter out everything. Maybe that's a bit too much work for people these days, but
hey.
Well, the false bottom, keeps the junk out. So there's no reason you couldn't build yourself a false bottom or buy a false bottom and put it in your keg or your pot, and that would help. All right, anyway, let's get back into... I'm sure if you look... Okay, they might be a bit buried on YouTube. I'll have... Once I get this on the boil, I'll try and sort of find what I was talking about. I won't be able to find my bit of hose that I had for a video that never got done, because that will be buried somewhere very deep in the archives of stuff. Yeah, all right. Oops, I'm going to brakes on this. Not very good, is it? I got this thing on wheels now, and I don't really like it, to be honest. I know it'll be handy one day to have this on wheels, but the platform I've got's about 6 inches. I'll show you later, but at least 6 inches each side wider than the bottom of the kettle. That'll do it. Hello. Where are we? Yeah, this thing down here. You can see the front there. It's way too big. Anyway. All right. I knew I was forgetting something in the mash. I'm looking just before I mash in. I'm going, there's something I'm not doing. And it was g'day, pallet time. How you going? I'm about to make me toast. Nice. Iroquois. I run into trouble because I leave a lot of oats in my grist. Yeah, so I'm just going to adjust my recipe a bit. Can I? Well, let's see if this is going to work. I don't know what this is going to look like for you guys or if it's going to work, but we'll see. All right, so that's hang on. Let me. That's not what we want. What we want is. Oh, I need to get rid of that. Is this one? Because I forgot that. Totally forgot it. The mashup. So we're going to delete it. Hang on, before we delete it. It adds 14. So adding 14 IBUs. So they say. I don't know. I'm not I can't tell the future. I'm sorry. No. It's lunchtime. After lunch you can play inside. But we're not going to change it from mash. Oh, well, you'll probably have to have it after lunch.
No, I have to have it before.
Excuse me. You'll have it after you've had something to eat, and don't be cheeky. Go inside.
Why?
Because I just said so.
A woman fainted at the wheel because she didn't eat anything. When she had
Why do I have to go inside?
Oh. I just told you to go inside. Mum's coming home with lunch. And you need to do as you're told. Bloody kids these days. Cheek. All right. So what I did then, sorry, I was talking to the bloody kids as you heard. I had a whole heap. It was like 50 grams of Cascade in it, in the mash hop, but you only get about a third of the IBUs. So I was only going to get about 14 IBUs from the mash hop. And in my experience, it doesn't even seem you really even get that. So I've replaced the mash hop with a 60-minute, so I'm going to add a 60-minute boil addition. And just add enough to go to about 12 IBUs. I know it's a touch under the 14, but we're talking, I don't reckon we actually get that 14. It's really hard. You can't tell these things. It's all an estimate, and hops are an estimate at the best of times. So we'll do that. We still get up the gravity in the 45. IBUs, which I still don't think will be that much, because I think Brewfather's really bad at estimating whirlpool hops. I just don't think it's very good at it. But that'll do. So I need 15 grams to go in at 60, which I didn't need before. So I told you these recipes would change. Told yous. All right, let's go back to here and go back to here. So I need 15 grams of Cascade. Well, yeah, I could throw them in a first wort. That's not the same as mash, but it's closer than boil. I'll throw them in now. Get away now. All right. Where are we? You can't really see them. So I've got some Cascade. Well, actually, there's two types of hops in this bag. This is bargain. See, there's Cascade in that bit, centre bit, but Strata in the outside bit. Why waste a bag? Why waste all these bags for? When you don't need to. Well, there's the Cascade I want. I can zip that back up. Although I'm using Strata in this, so might as well leave that out. Weigh it up. There's a plastic cup. Dropping shit everywhere. All right, what did I say we need? About 15 grams. So take it easy, mate. Thanks for hanging around. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't miss you. Whoop, settle down. Just going to throw it in, but we'll put it. Oh, well, we got 16 and a half. That'll do. There's probably a little bit of hop age. Oh, there's 221. Maybe there isn't a bit of hop age. I'll follow the recipe. There you go, 15. All right, so I'm going to chuck that in. Well, it's ended up more or less a first wort. We're not at the boil. It kind of looks like we're boiling, but we're not. We're sitting at 97 on something. 15 grams of Cascade. And you'll notice with mash hopping and there's my lunch, and a lot of breweries, classic breweries, for reasons they'll use a lower alpha hop for bittering, and the reason that seems to be a lot better for mash hopping and releasing the thiols, or help to lead up to releasing the thiols and stuff like that. Got coffee. G'day, Buster. Should have had a beer, shouldn't I? But anyway. But, more these days, more people will go straight away for a high alpha acid hop. But yeah, you'll find a lot of breweries like what was that New Zealand one that gave me a few recipes? They all use low alpha hops for bittering. Hop Nation often use low alpha hops for bittering. It's more than just about the alpha acids, is what I'm trying to say. There's other things going on. All right, we'll bump this up to 100. Bump this up to 100. There was someone, I don't know if they're here today, were worrying about getting to a boil with the big diversion plate in the bottom. But as you can see, we're only at not even a 98, and we're getting movement that hasn't affected my boil at all. It's fine. And I usually turn the pit off when it comes to the boiling part. I don't see any reason of having pit control when you're trying to boil. So I usually just turn it off. You probably don't need to, but I'll just keep an eye on that till it comes to the boil properly, and then start the timer. Oh, we didn't take a reading, did we? Shit. That's a bit stupid. We will in a minute. I guess we're not quite at the boil yet anyway. I always like to take my pre-boil right at the start of the boil. Then you really know what the gravity is when you're adding the hops, your 60-minute hops, if you're adding some. This brew is a little bit different because did first wort sort of hops in. Good. I'm just going to filter this so I can use the Anton Par thing. Not have to worry about it getting crap in it. Find it. How is it? Well, I bet that's pH stuff too. And of course, I just found my other pH things I was looking for earlier. So these ones are still cheap, and on only a couple of bucks, and on paper, but they're only 3.8 to 5.4. So the indicator level is much finer. So it still goes through the colours but instead of being 1 to 14, they're a tiny bit more accurate. Now I'm starting to lose space up here. I need to clean off. Whoops, they're fogging up. I reckon we'll call that the boil. And we're at 12:42. I might just knock, because it's only a single batch, I might knock back the elements a bit. We don't really need the full elements on. We'll go back to 75 and we'll see. Was that too much? I might get 80. 85. We're at 90%. You just play with them until you get it right. We'll see if that starts going too hard. Lots of things can make a difference, even the weather. It's windy. It looks like you're not getting much of a boil. That's nice and I can't tip it up. That's nice and clear now, so I can take a reading. But I need to chill it, like with any hydrometer or whatever. You need to chill. That's nice and light wort. Really lovely colour. A tiny bit more yellow than it's looking on the screen. And somewhere, what did I just put it? Oh, it's here. I have the little rubber caps, which I got from eBay. I don't know if they supply them yet. They did like my idea. And I'll put that in a cold drink of water, which I haven't got, so I need to go and get a cold drink of water. All right. And this only takes seconds to chill down. It's probably cool already. It's still a bit hot. I just stick it in my water. Like that. Leave it there for a minute or so. If you swirl it around, it only takes seconds. Not in a hurry. Sorry. Any negatives of hops? I don't have any negatives. I am using a plate chiller today for the first time in a long time because it is so much better, but I just haven't had it set up. So it can be handy to use a bag. I might even use a bag for the... No, I'm not going to use a bag. Let's try it without a bag. See if I block the plate chiller for the first time ever. For those brewers using low alpha hops, did they care what hop they used? They were not particularly. Some would say for a certain beer that they might use a low alpha European hop if they're doing a Pilsner or something. And the other brewery a lot that I hear in New Zealand doing it. I don't speak to every brewery, of course. So I'm only talking about the brewers I speak to. And of course, they use a lower alpha acid New Zealand hop, like Pacific Jade is a popular one. And again, that was what Hop Nation here were using too in a lot of their beers. In things like what's the famous one? Jedi Juice. Do you spray Star San after keg lubing? Do you mean when you're putting it together, or when you're like when it's already set up and you've lubed things up? I don't. I guess you do. I haven't really thought of it like that, but there's no. I'm trying to think of what do you mean, like when you're putting the keg together? When I'm putting the keg together, I don't use Star San. Like if you've had it cleaned and you're putting the post back on and you might put a little bit of lube on the seals. Normally, I don't bother with this putting Star San on. Then you could if you're worried about it. A 30-minute boil, not for this beer, no. 30-minute boils for beers I don't care about or hazies. Not for something I want to clear up and be a really nice beer. So They can. I guess yeah, they had a preference if they were trying to do a certain style, like like a classic European Pilsner or something. Then they'd use a European hop. But well, I wouldn't say they just use anything. I guess there's a lot of hops I don't know, but something that suits, if that makes sense. I don't think it matters. There's other levels of the hop. There's other acids in the hop more than the alpha. Everyone just talks about the alpha, but like you got the beta and you got all the other levels, and a lot of it has to do with that. But of the the other chemicals in the hop. Because one alpha acid's lower, then maybe that's higher in another chemical or acid. What I'd say, Buster, is there's no harm in putting it on there because I don't think if it's a decent lube, the star sand's not going to break it down. So if you feel comfortable or you think it needs it, for sure, use it. Oh, these have got a lot of grunt, these Brazil 65, but it is 15 ampere. Like things are different all around the world. In Australia, the normal power points are only 10 amp, and they're not big enough to run something this size. Especially when it'd run it at this level, but not if I was full. It'd take all day. You couldn't do it. Yeah, that's another one. A high alpha. Oh, yeah, that's a different thing, but yes. Yeah, 30-minute boils. Look, I don't think. I know some breweries. Oh, I know breweries that have been doing it for 10 years. But the main brewery that did it for 10 years went broke. But it depends how much you care about your beer. And if shortening your boil by half an hour is more important than what you think your beer is going to do, then it's a choice you make. I don't think you can make you couldn't make a decent Pilsner by boiling for 30 minutes. It's not about, I hear a lot of people say it's about the DMS or whatever it is, or the precursors to DMS or diacetyl or whatever. But that's a tiny little part. And most home brewers aren't getting diacetyl from their boil anyway or DMS. It's from the ferment. So going, oh, we only have to boil for half an hour because of modern malts is a crock. There's more reasons to boil for longer than just that. You get flavour, it can help with clarity with your beer. It can, if you need to do a 30-minute boil, I've done 30-minute boils, fast, easy, home ale. I'm not putting in a competition that I don't really care about. Go for it. But if it's something I really care about, most beers, no, I wouldn't do half hour boil. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, you will. There's I still haven't released the video yet. The Rat and Hun Pilsner brewery video I've done from Hop Nation. They were doing a 90-minute boil and extended it to 105 minutes because they got that little bit extra out of the better flavour, they thought. So that's what I did when I made their beer 105. And I tell you what, I made, I don't know if they're going to make the fucking video in the end, but excuse the language, 2 speedy versions, because I know when I release that video, people are going to say, half-hour boil, or, I shouldn't put that silly voice on, or half-hour boil, or this or that, or do it fast. And so I did 2 versions, well, I can nearly say 3 now, but 2 versions on purpose after that brew, where I did hour boil, I sped up the ferment a little bit, I sped up the cold crash a little bit, and I find one and didn't find one. There's 2 of those in there, and it's like night and day drinking it against the one where I did a 105-minute boil and took care of it. to the ones that I sort of tried to do all the new versions of speeding through. They're two different beers. They're two different beers. They're still drinkable. Although if I'm thinking of tipping a keg soon because I'm just running out of space and they're just getting a bit old, they'll be the ones I'll be tipping before anything else. And they'll maybe diamond yeast, which I don't like. Because that didn't help. All right, let's take this reading. Oh, there's another part I'm missing. Where's the tube? Where's the tube? Oh, the kids have been out here. Oh, Buckley's trying to find this. No, it's all right. I'll just take my time. Had it up drying. And the kids would have knocked that off before. Oh. Don't need it anyway. Do it without it. Let's see if I can connect this up to my phone. I still don't think we've got enough. I reckon we're going to have to water down for sure. What's it called? Brewmeister or something? Brewmeister. Are we connected? Oh, we are connected. That was fast. Shit. Yeah. Where is my phone? We can't be still too hot. No. Oh no, we're doing all right. 10:45. That's all right. 10:45. We're doing all right. I was worried we were going to be way up. What did they suggest? They suggested, where's the Brew? Where is it? $10.44. Oh, so that's good. That's good. Although, hang on, I actually wrote the recipe in Grainfather. They suggested pre-boiled bean. Where is it? They suggested the pre-boil bean. I can never find anything in this Grainfather app. I know I probably just don't use it enough, but far out, it's hard finding stuff sometimes. Mash, boil, OG, FG. Yeah, see, they only wanted the OG to be 1050, where I think we're going to be a fair bit over that. I think we're just going to run with it. 1044. How many points do you reckon? If I back the boil off, I'll probably only get to 10. What did I say? 1045. Yeah, it's going to go over 1050. $10.45. So I'm talking to myself, thinking to myself. Sorry. What do you reckon pre-boil is going to be? Mash volume pre-boil. Where's the pre-boil level? Mash volume total water 33. This is where I loved Beersmith. I know people will laugh at me, but Beersmith, everything was in front of you. Yeah, it might be confusing if you don't know what you're doing, but everything was just there and easy to find. And it was just there. Oh, that's right. But this with Brew, you've got to go to batches, don't you? You've got to tell them you're brewing it. Brew. Right. There's the inventory. Next bit, brewing. Measured values, boil volumes. Is it 30.5? I reckon we didn't have 30 in there. I reckon we had about 29 litres. I reckon I'm going to add I'm using Kolsch yeast, which is a little bit different, but I like the flavour of it, and it drops really clear. So I missed some of the chat then. I was looking around. I'm still thinking I might just add an extra litre of water to get down a bit. I don't really want it to go over 1050. Because if I do ferment down to 10.006, it's going to be 6%, and that's where I want it. Hang on a sec. That should be back. Should be back. Should be back. They keep cutting me off for the music. I shouldn't have the music on. Or I should pick a band that's not going to get done. Hang on. Let's go into Amazon. Why does it take so long? It's not my playlist, as I said. It's just a random one on Amazon. Come on. Oh, now the page has gone unresponsive. All right, let's stop that. I'm just going to have to pick a band that's not going to get caught out all the time. Something. What about if we go like no, we want albums. Where's the albums? Come on, I want something better. See all. Oh, I don't know if I haven't got the old. Oh, here we go. Where's the best album? So it's always funny when you go to these streaming sites. I'll have every album except the one you want to listen to. Mongrels. We'll just have something in the background, eh? That's not going to get me banned all the time on YouTube. It's silly. This is why I do most of my streaming on Twitch, because you don't have to deal with this rubbish. Well, you do, but there's ways around it, and yeah, it works better. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to water down this by a litre, just to bring the down a bit. I was at 10:45, and by the end of an hour boil, I reckon I'll be over the 1050, but if I add just over a litre, it'll just rein it in a little bit. Now, I could wait to the end and water it down, but this beer has got some boil hops in it, so I don't want to be mucking around with the flavour hops. It has got some 15-minute additions, which I rarely do these days. Because I do long whirlpools, that's why. So they usually go in at flame out or something, but I'm just going to water this down a bit. I don't want it too strong. I'll put it in the calculator in a minute and see what it says. But it's something I've been doing a lot lately is when I make a recipe and I want it to be 1050, then I want it to be 1050, you know what I mean? Might even add a litre and a half. I usually go through the calculators, but today I'm doing it by feel. This water's already been treated for chlorine and everything, so I don't have to worry about that. And if we have a look, where are we? Where's it gone? Screen, there it is. If we have a look and go into the recipe again. What was I doing? Oh, no, not recipe, tools. And go into something like gravity correction. And we were at 1.045. And the current volume was about, oh, hang on, put that in right. And the current volume would have been around 29 litres. I don't know what we wanted, really. Maybe 0.43 or 44. Just wanted to bring it down just a point. Now we'll say 43. Oh, that's good. So I took it down about, I added a litre and a half, so a little bit more than that. And so by the end of the boil, that's 7. If that's 7 points to the end of the boil, I'll be 1050. So I'm quite, that's where I want to be. If I had added the 1 litre, I would have only been, yeah, so I'm pretty happy with there. Because I reckon we're going to boil off a fair bit. We'll see how we go. I'd rather be under this beer than over it because it's not only for, well, it's got a lot to do with my diabetes, this beer, so I don't want much alcohol in it. I shouldn't really be making it 6%, but I am. That's okay. Is that YouTube still going? Oh, yeah. Seems to be. Again. Oops, maybe it isn't. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, it's working. A little bit of lag. Cool. All right, so anyway, let's clean out my hydrometer, and then I can have a lunch. Oh, that'll do. Let's put something there. Work water all over the brewery. Oh, that's rinsed out. G'day, Ricardo. Hey, Sto, Buster. What was I going to say? Oh, water. We may as well have a quick chat. Although we're going to eat me lunch. Someone mentioned my water profile before and whether I was using RO or no. I'm not using RO. We'll go back to the screen again. Sorry, but my water profile is like it's pretty bloody neutral. There it is. There actually. Like a 6, 2, 8, 14, 7, 7. Like there's there's nothing in it. There's not many beers you'd want less than that in. Probably none, even your Pilsners and the stuff. Yes, it is good to filter your water. Yes, I would do it all the time if it was faster to do and easier to do. I need a pump to speed mine up, and it gets a bit slow. But that's one of the reasons why I don't worry too much, Can you trust? Mine's only taken off. Well, the website of the water company. But saying that, I do have some inside information because the wife works there, and she works in the accounts, and her boss used to watch my videos. Apparently, are we gone again? I'll just turn the music off. No, we shouldn't be gone. Far out. Thought it'd be. It'll be so. I'll be back. It'll be back. Back, I think. Hopefully. But we're still live on Twitch. Twitch is still anyway. Why is it showing? Got it. We're back. All right, I've turned the music off. Oh, I've turned the music off anyway, so the music's off. Music's off, so we won't get busted. That's why Twitch is better. Anyway, what I was saying here, my water's pretty clear. That's right, and my wife's boss used to watch my videos sometimes, so he wouldn't if their water reports were wrong, I'd make it public. No, so I'm pretty happy with it. I see some people I know say, you're much better off getting a water report, and you are maybe once, but the trouble is, right, your water reports from your water companies are averaged. Yep, average over a year, maybe 6 months, maybe 2 years. But your water report is one water report, right? Next week it might be different. The week after it might be different. Then the week after it might be different. So that water report you've just spent $200 on, it might have been a freak day. It might have been an off day. So you'll never really know unless you test your water for each batch, or even your RO water's usually not 0, 0, 0. So I'm quite happy to sit on an averaged water report rather than me paying for a test every couple of months. It just doesn't seem. It's not worth it in a home brew sense, I don't think. If something started happening with the beer, or you're getting off flavors or things that you thought were out, then yeah, for sure. Wow, I didn't think I didn't think we'd get busted for Fu Manchu. I really didn't. I haven't got any of it. I've got some real stuff that we won't get busted for, but it's not on this computer. It doesn't. It doesn't. All right, what I've got to do is stop yakking a bit. One, I've got to eat my sandwich. And two, I've got to flush the chiller out, which I'll set up before I eat my sandwich. I can actually probably do that here. There we go. Yeah, I'm using the plate chiller today just because I prepared it to use it the last week and I didn't use it. So what I do, that's my HLT, and I've still got water in it because I put in excess. And instead of pumping that grungy crap through a chiller and chance of getting the stuff stuck in it and ruining the pump for pumping while it's boiling, I use the HLT. I only put it up to like 90 or something. You can put it up higher if you want. Yeah, 95 or whatever, but 90s are fine. And I use that to pump and flush out the HLT rather than using wort. I mean, pump out the chiller rather than using wort. So I can just, pump's not on, is it? It's got the thing in it. Second, I've got another one over here. I'll just take that out. There's no need for it to be in there anyway. I don't remember why. Oh, I think I put it in there for the to help hook up to the grandfather, which is a great unit too, but I'm just not using it today. That needs a clip on it, just in case it's going to come off. And I think everything's hooked up. It should be. This hasn't had fluid through it for about 2 years, I reckon. But they are way better than. They just work better than any of the other chillers. And it's actually already sanitized because I bake it in the oven for an hour. I baked it in the oven for an hour about 2 weeks ago. So I'm just running some hot water through it just to be doubly sure. I'm brewing a Yorkshire bitter next week. Any tips from anyone? HLT with a BLT. I'm brewing a Yorkshire bitter. I think keep the recipe simple and don't overdo the hops. I ruin all my English ales by putting in flavour hops. And every time I do it, I wish I hadn't. And then I've got to wait 6 months for the flavour hop to die down. We better look at the time. We can't have been boiling for too long. What was it? 12:42. Oh, geez, we have been though. That's far out. We've been boiling a fair while. I've been talking too much. Well, it's at 12:42. So in what is it? Someone work it out. When's the next ad? 18 minutes off. Where's the recipe? Was it 10 minutes or 15 minutes? 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure I made it. 15 minutes. So 18 minutes off 45. Is that right? So is it 7 minutes? I've got to add the 15-minute additions. Jesus Christ. This day's flying by. Oh, I don't know if you get anything in golden syrup. Maybe you will, mate. I don't know. I haven't used it. I don't think I've had golden syrup since school camp. All right, I just need a really small addition. This is going to be 3 grams of Nelson and 3 grams of Strata. Where to put the cup? No, it's in my hand. You idiot. Man, that Strata smells awesome. All right. No, I'm serious, mate. I think we used to put it on our you make damper, and you wrap the damper around a stick and put it in the fire, and then you put pull the stick out and put golden syrup in it. That would be the last time I had it. Probably about 1986 or 4 even. YouTube kept pulling me off air, Finn. for the music. I hope I didn't turn down the elements too much. I know it's still boiling away. What are you drinking, Finn? I bring this found I made it for me delicious, a split 20, 56 grams, 33 grams. Yeah, so it's a nice low alpha hop. That's and so what's that? A third at you're looking at just 15, about 18 grams in the whirlpool. Yeah, so that's not very much though. That'd be nice. Yeah, it might be nice. I always mess up and I always mix my Kent Golding with Fuggles, and I can never tell which is the one that sticks out too much. I can't tell if it's the Fuggles or the, because I always mix them. I'll write a recipe and go, and on brew day I go, nah, I'm going to add some Fuggles in. I'm going to add some East Kent in. See, that's another hop, actually, talking about East Kent Goldie, that I know that Little Creatures used for a little while in one of their beers. I can't remember, for bittering. Maybe it was their pale ale when they changed the recipe. That East Kent Golding is a bittering hop. All right, just that time's flying by in the boil. It is time to add the bittering hops, even though I've got a mouthful of sandwich. Flavour hops. This is extremely small, but it's a Brut IPA, and we can't overbitter it too much, but it's 3 grams of Nelson and 3 grams of Strata, just in for 15 minutes. We'll just add a little bit of flavour. You'll see most recipes will have some sort of really small addition at 15. So as you just saw, I just put the whirlpool arm in, which you don't need. You can just do it with a spoon. And I've moved. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one again. I've moved the recirc arm over to the HLT because I want to keep it clean because I'm going to be using this. Oh, I can use this one as well, so it doesn't really matter, but I could use this to pump through the chiller. So I don't want it sitting there out there on the dirt getting bugs in it. So again, I can hang that in my HLT and it'll stay nice and clean. No touching it, go again. Yeah. That's what I was looking for, a cloth. The reason I do that is because I'm going to add some PVPP or polyclar. If I can find that spoon I had before. We're getting a bit crowded up here, as I said. Clear off the best. Oh, there it is. And it's best, you don't have to, but it is best to, I thought I had an open one. Maybe I don't. It is best to stir it into some wort first. Otherwise, it can just stick to the sides of your kettle. It's really fine powder, this stuff, so you've got to be a little bit careful with it. You probably don't want to be breathing it in. And so you just mix it into a bit of wort, then add it, and then it'll, you know, it has less tendencies just to stick to the side of the kettle. And I'll add a bit of Werflock as well. Not much, you don't need much of this stuff. It's less than a gram. That's like granulated Werflock. Proper stuff, not in a tablet. And some yeast nutrient. Again, you don't need much. A couple of grams. Usually after that comes solid. Come on, you mongrel. Need something to break it up a bit. That will be better than nothing. It's 5 grams you're supposed to have of that type of yeast nutrient, and 0.75 grams of the Werflock, which is nothing. That 100 gram pack of Werflock will last you forever. Oh, it's just a bunch cheaper. I know tablets aren't that expensive. The Werflock I get from Kegland. And I think that yeast nutrient was from Kegland too. It just depends where I am on the day. Sometimes, you know, that's the sort of stuff I just pick up wherever. But that particular Werflock there is the stuff from the Kegland site. And then you just add that back in. Oh, so there's the yeast nutrient and polyclar and Werflock. Well, see, some of those tablets you buy are a mixture of Werflock and PVPP. And then, you know, some are just Werflock, some are, yeah. So I just like to mix my own, then I know what's going in it. Doesn't really matter. It's just a little bit more fun fiddling around, but all right. And what I think I went 35 grams from memory of the 2 hops for the world. Well, 40 grams. 40 grams of Nelson and 40 grams of Strata. So I'll just weigh that up. Big shout out goes to Bentani again for the Strata hops that they generously sent me to try. But they're a great company, Bentani, and I know that home brewers can't really buy from them, so it's, you know, I don't need to I don't need to talk them up, but they're just a good company. Even when they gave me stuff, they say you don't need to. I can turn it back on me now. I've finished eating. You don't need to do a video about it, or just talk about the products. You know what I mean? You don't even have to tell them that it was from Bentani, but I do. So, excuse me, I'm just having a Coke Zero, diabetes. Look, I'm using niche. I don't use yeast nutrient every time, mainly because I often forget. It will never hurt to use it. You know what I mean? If it's there, it's pretty cheap, depending how you buy it. And for a beer like this, where I really want that yeast to hook in and go down to 0.002, I'm throwing everything at it I can. So, you know, if you've been hitting your FG and all your stuff and you haven't been using it, you know, there's a lot of people that say, again, oh, modern malts, you don't need to use it. And that's possibly very true. It can depend on your water. Magnesium is very important for yeast. I probably should stop yelling. Magnesium, is it magnesium or zinc, or maybe both? I add a bit of that magnesium by adding some of the salts I add anyway, so yeah, it's up to, you know, it depends where you are, what ingredients you know. But if you find everything's chugging along well without it, then yeah. Which reminds me, I need to get my yeast out of the fridge. All right. So yeah, I'm using the Kolsch yeast because I really like this Kolsch yeast. Everyone was having a hissy fit that I was bagging their diamond yeast the other day, but I love the Kolsch yeast. I love most of the yeast. I love their Verdant, the Nottingham, of course. But I just don't like their diamond yeast. It's funny, people get really, when you say you don't like something, it's like they get offended that because they like it, and it's like it's not like that at all, you know. Not like that. I'm not saying it's a bad yeast. It's just saying I don't like it. It's like I don't like quite very much, or fruit beer. The same used to happen with sours. When you used to say you don't like sours, what? Oh, your taste buds will mature one day, and everyone gets upset. It's like it doesn't matter, mate. It's your own taste. Not everyone likes the same things. I can respect it, and try them all, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't like coffee in my beer. Oh, fucking hell, then the stout people go. I don't mind a subtle coffee hint you can get from grain, but when you go pouring half a jug of coffee in a beer, it's not my favourite thing. And I love a coffee. I just had a coffee. I just don't want it in my beer. And that's perfectly fine. All right, how long? We've only got 2 minutes of the boil to go. That's gone rather quick. I've got to... Oh, how long's the... 15 minutes. I've got to empty this sanitizer out of my fermenter. And that's about it. The chiller's ready to go. Oh, I've got to get the hoses ready. You got something to do. Oh, I haven't had my chiller over this. Is it going to be long enough? Oh, yeah, it keeps long enough. All right, the cold goes in to where the cold wort comes out. So that's this side. I reckon it's going to leak. I haven't tested these for a while. And the hot comes out where the hot water at work goes in. Oh, it's hot. Right, that is well and truly sanitised enough. I can turn that pump off. As I said, I wasn't really even sanitising it, I was just washing it out. I'd already sanitised it by baking it in the oven. And it had been sealed since I'd baked it in the oven, so it was more or less autoclaved, nearly. No, not quite autoclaved, not under pressure, but you know what I mean. I might just use this. It's not going to be long enough. Is it? It. That'll reach. You always forget. You go, oh, I haven't used it in a while, but I know what I'm doing. And then you remember, oh, things have got to reach and have the right length pipes and hoses, all that sort of thing. The hoses don't kink. Oh, it's hot. Shouldn't be on the dirty floor. Nothing's going to be. Should have had it around the other way, shouldn't I? I could turn it over, which probably won't hurt at all. Oh, I can spin around this too, which I didn't think about. If I take one, which one's got the brake on? There you go. That solves that. That's got to be the boil up, isn't it? Yeah, that's the boil up. Went over by a minute, that's all right. Off. Let it settle. Actually, now I'm going to put let it stop boiling. Turn the whirlpool arm on. I just want to get it down to about 90. I'm not going for 80. Just want to take the edge off the heat though. Turn the whirlpool on, see if it's going to work. They're usually full of air at first. And this happens with all of them, the grain flour. Ever since all the ones that have gone centre drain are really bad for it. They just sort of get an airlock or something in there. You just got to do that. Do that. And then, oh, we're done. Oh, shit. That's what I've done there, haven't I? I don't want the heater on. Pump it. Then turn the heater back on. Heat back on, eh? You can see the work clock and it's starting to work already. Doing a whirlpool doesn't help that much. That's why it's half off. There we go. Only on half. That's why I was so weak. There we go. Now we're going. Flying now. All right. So that's going to go to there. Get the fermenter ready and bring the fermenter over. Push a video if you're doing. No, I don't. I don't bother filtering them. That was just for a video. Oh, you said turn the kettle around. There you go. I should have been watching the screen. What I was going to say. Look, no, it is a pain in the ass filtering like that, but it works. Like if you're stuck and you need to do it. But I use product Biofine, and if you've used Biofine, it's just too easy to use Biofine. Way better than gelatin. Well, it's not so much that it works better than gelatin. It's just so much easier to use, and it works just as well, if not better, than gelatin. But you don't have to mix it up. You don't have to stuff around with water and boil it or whatever. It just works. If you see, I've got a video on Biofine. Well, it's actually on oxygen-free transfer using finings, I think it is. And I got a newer one than that, the one where I made up the little... it should even be on the front page of the channel still. The keg dosing contraption. All right, so now we're just waiting for... I just want to get a little bit of heat off this. We're down to 95 already. While we're doing this, I will get my fermenter. Well, my fermenter is... I don't know if you'll be able to... it's over there, and I'll go and enter it. Empty it, I mean. Fermenter is over there. There you go. You can see the fermenter there. I'm using the Nano X. I'll show you closer up. I'll go and fix that up. Empty the sanitizer out of it. I'm not going through the chiller yet. If anyone, you probably noticed, I'm not bothering putting it through the chiller. This will get down to 90 by itself in a couple of minutes. Okay, where am I going to put this? This. I can maybe do this. And, so this has been sitting with sanitizer in it a little bit longer than I wanted, probably a week or so now. But I'm going to just run some, make sure the sanitizer's been run through the beer lines. It's not pressurized yet. Here. It's not even done it properly yet. Oh no, that's right. This is higher for 10. That's why it's coming in. Oh, and that's not going. That'll help. Actually, I thought I had done it. I must have showed something. There we go. So, if anyone has troubles with these Nano X lid things, now it's coming out. I always find I have to put mine in the same spot all the time. I actually thought I'd done this, but I mustn't have pressure tested it. That's all right. We'll do that while we're whirlpooling. I find, I have to put this bar on the right way up and in about the same position each time. That might be coming back. Where's that? Oh, that's still the lid. And as you can tell, I haven't got it in the right spot at the moment by the looks of it. They can be a little bit tricky. Yeah, that's the lid. All right, good. That's good to know. Lucky we checked that because I thought I'd already pressure tested it. And obviously, I haven't. It's getting a bit crowded over here. Things are going to fall. Told you things were going to fall down. Didn't expect it to be that bad. All right. Let's run some beer, some sanitizer through this first, anyway. All right, so the sanitizer through the beer line. Happy with that. Take this gas off now. Oh. And I'm still going to, this is probably not the best way, because it's been sitting here for a little while, I'm just going to turn it up. Give it a bit of a shake. I wouldn't need to bother doing that if it hadn't been sitting here for a week. Can you still see it? But it's obviously, what pressure are we at? Oh, we're at 5. And you can tell we've stopped leaking. And I only fermented about under 5 psi anyway, I only use about 2 psi. I like to be able to go up to 10 when I crash 2, or not even 10, because it probably doesn't need to be that high of it. And hopefully Nano X will have a new, these lid rings out soon, because this one is a bit of a pain. Oh, I managed to get it up in without falling apart, which is a bit of a miracle. I don't usually take, the seal out. I take the seal out to clean. I don't take it out to bother sanitizing underneath it or anything. It just makes it slippery. And people say they fall out. Mine's never fallen out. I assume, right, by itself. I assume that might be why it doesn't fall out by itself. And then I find it has to be sort of in position. Like with the single one at the front there for me, anyway. And that's the front. And if I put this on this way, like that, Mine usually seals. Okay. We'll probably make a wire out of me today, but we'll never really lie. Can I get that back in without it falling apart? Nope. It fell apart. That's all right. They are going, apparently, I was told, I'm not sure, they are changing the design a little to make it a little bit easier. Whether that is happening for too long, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that wasn't that much of a fiddle. Just takes a bit of getting used to it. All right, now we'll wet some gats in. See where we're at. And what temperature are we? Can we start whirlpooling yet? We've got to be down to 9. Yeah, there we go. 89 point something. So we'll chuck the whirlpool hops in. We're still whirlpooling. What time is it? 1:55. So we'll go to like 1:05, maybe, and then let it settle for 5 minutes. Something like that. I did say a 15-minute, but 15-minute for me usually means, yeah, it's around 20 minutes. By the time you stop and you let it settle and you transfer it, that's going well. So we'll go back to this and see how we go. I've only just started brewing it like before. The last low carb beer I did. And it worked great again. What I do need to mix up is some non-foaming sanitizer, because there's nothing worse than foaming sanitizer in airlocks. Well, what does this one reckon? 1 mil per 2 litres. I'm going to measure that. So that's a Eisenhausen, isn't it? I mean, not very much, but a lot of water. Is that really what it says? 1 mil per 2 litres. What pressure can the nano have? Only 15, but that's enough. Plenty. Most of the it's about 1 mil. Most of the units are like that. Any of the, unless you're fermenting in kegs that can hold, 100 psi. Although then again, the fittings probably can't. But most of like the brew builds, or that, they won't say to go over 50. There's really no need to. Like, I know there's some people that love brewing at 30 psi or something, but I don't really see why. Jesus Christ, tripping over things. Yep. So I made up some non-foaming sanitizer just because it works better in these bubbling airlocks. You haven't got foam bubbling out everywhere. Probably a bit early to fill this since I've got to move it around and stuff. But since everyone's watching, I'll do something that I'll be able to spill later. Yay! All right. Yeah, that's not leaking now, that lid. And we're up to 10 psi up here. I know you can't see it. I could be fancy and use my phone as a cam, but I'm not going to. So this is how you set this one. The video for this will be coming out soon. And you can just sort of, the more you loosen it off, here. Oops, there we go. You got to be a bit careful. I accidentally pushed that down, which is in the video as well. I told you it would be good to fill it up to get some footage for the video, didn't I? I knew I'd stuff it up something. That's three times I've done that. So that's what will happen when you're fermenting. It'll be a bit slower than that, of course. And your pressure valves on the front there. And that's an emergency thing, or to depressurise the vessel. But before you depressurise it, there's a little drain down here. So if you do want to have fluid in here, which you don't need at all, you don't need to use fluid at all. You drain it out this drain down here first, and then you can press that. But in an emergency or something, if something's happening, you're leaking or something, you can press that and that'll just let out all the gas. But it will cause that to splash, of course. I used it on the last brew, it went well. This is so I can put the hot bong on later and use it if I like. The reason I'm using the Firmzilla one is it's a 2-inch to 3-inch. This is a 3-inch mould on here. I mean, trichrome top. And that's 2-inch for the big 2-inch hot bong. Or you can just buy which I did the other day, bought a adapter where you can go to, a stainless one or whatever. You can buy an adapter like that or whatever, and then if you really want to love your stainless fittings, have your stainless valve at the top there. But I'm happy with using that. Yeah, so this is set to, this only goes to 15 psi too, so. There's not much else to tell. All I can do now is get the rest of the sanitizer out of here by tipping it up, so I'll lose all that anyway. But instead of taking that lid off, because the lids are a pain, and then you're juggling all this whole thing with all the fittings on, I'll just take this off. I don't need this secondary PRV, but, you can't have enough pressure relief valves. One isn't enough. You at least need a spunding valve. Having a second one is just, not necessary, but it's insurance. Get this light out of the way. See, that's sealed straight away then. Once I took it off and reseated it, it's sealed nicely. I don't know what you can see. What I usually do is grab one of my little buckets and I'll throw that in there. Or it's usually a thing with a floating pickup tube and all that, but that's on this one. And I'll throw that in there. And you can go out the tap, run a bit through the tap, or is it still up to the tap level? Probably not. Or run through the beer line, but that just takes ages, so I just pick it up. A bit of grass out there because I don't want that going just right now. Yeah. There's many ways you can do it. You can let it out the bottom. That didn't come off then, did it? I just don't. I find it easier to do it like that than fuck around through the stuff around. Sorry, through the bottom valves and things. It's just quicker, easier, and it's done. Now we'll bring this over here. We will get rid of. Don't need that anymore. What time is it? Oh, good timing. But no, it's only been 10 minutes. But that can sit in there. It's going to stay nice and clean. Where's the clamp? Not going to go anywhere. Get this out of the way. This is all a bit harder because I'm trying to do it all in camera view. Well, sort of in camera view, but where I don't have to struggle too much. I say in camera view as you couldn't see what I was doing. Something like that. Pretty close, yeah. I might grab the pill too. I might grab the pill. I'll stop the whirlpool since that's been 10 minutes whirlpooling. I'll let it sit for the next few minutes as I go and get the pill. All right. So I've been charging the pill. I have been. You can see me. And we'll do it up. I will give that a quick spray of sanitizer. Oops. And grab my towel, clean towel that I've used all day. I just like to get a bit on the inside of that joint, not that it's overkill. Right, now that it's done up, a bit more in. Just make sure that alcohol sanitizer straight away. Then I'll just whack it in the bucket for now with the other parts in which you couldn't see, of course. In the bucket. How was that then? We're nearly there. I'd rather let that settle out longer. And we're down under 80 degrees now anyway. That's why I say, when I said before, it's 15 minutes, but it can often become 20. I just wasn't quite as prepared as I thought I was today. Oh, shit, I forgot about that. Oh, I've got to get that. That happens when I haven't brewed for a while, especially when I haven't live streamed for a long while. It's always something. And we can turn this heater off of this other brew sealer. If we get this right out of the way, it might be able to fix up the camera a little bit too. Yeah. What's the other camera showing? Yeah. A little bit, I guess. Not really much, though. Not much more than you can't see in the other one. So I'm in a competition motion, Gemini. It's like the bubbles have a advantages that they stick to surfaces more. But so does the no foaming one that has advantages too. When it comes to, I've started fermenting. Well, see, look, I think that's a bit of a loaded codswallop. The no pets at the start. I'd just do it now. But I only do low. I only do low pressures. I only go like maybe 5 at the most until the end. This, like, you just don't lose. If you're thinking yeast needs a hand at the start, which not many yeast do. There's terrible, terrible myths going around that you get to suppress yeast esters at 1 or 2 psi, and it's just simply not the case. But yeah, I don't know. That's up to you. I don't know how long have you had it. I'd just do it straight away, but I'll do it on this straight away. But as I said, low pressures, just enough to keep oxygen at bay, and Oh, so that's going to do, I reckon. I should have stopped the whirlpool a bit earlier, although it is really starting to settle out now. But time constraints, so let's do it. All right. That's going to go into, we're going to get rid of the whirlpool arm gently. Right, and that can hang out here from that. Then we'll whack in this that goes through the chiller. And this is the end that needs to go in the fermenter. And yeah, we might swap that around under there. And I can give that a quick spray of that end. Oh, I'm on the wrong bloody screen. Sorry about that. Although you can see most of it anyway, guys. Probably not much better, or might be worse. So then I've got the ender here that needs to go in the fermenter, and I'll just give that a spray of alcohol. It's already had hot water running through it for an hour, and and then set over the boil kettle. It's fine. Goes in there. And I like to set it up somewhere where I can just try and, doesn't even have to clamp the hose, but just sort of stop it from if it starts to, someone bumps it or something. A clamp for the speed, which I had just before, in that container of screws. I wish you could hear this Fu Manchu going off. I didn't think I'd get pinged for Fu Manchu on YouTube. Maybe I did. Maybe it was a bit getting pinged for something earlier. Oh, I can't find my good one. Oh, that's all right. I'll use one of these other ones. These ones just hurt the finger a bit. Just a flow restrictor. You always put them on the outlets of things. Well, you don't put any on your water. You'll get into all sorts of trouble doing that. On your work side, you put it on the outlet again, not the inlet. And the reason for that is that if you back it off at the outlet, the whole chiller will fill up with work, and you'll get much more contact, so it'll just work much better. If you constrict it on the inside, on the in way, then it'll just sort of sit halfway level in the chillers. I mean, plate chillers aren't so bad, but if you do that on a counterflow or something, you're really restricting your lowering your efficiency of your chiller. All right, now no, I won't use that because that's that sanitizer. I can use that at the end. Must be nearly beer time, isn't it? What I'm looking for now is my other jug. Right, this will do. Just to clear anything, the water out of here, because there'll be still water in this chiller from me circulating the water. Actually, I won't use that. Plus, there could be a little bit of junk sitting in the pump that you don't want going in your fermenter. So before you go chilling, even if you haven't got a setup like this at all, even if you're just emptying from your one brew in the bag vessel that someone mentioned before, just dump that first half a litre. And then you might not get so much junk in your fermenter. It might all just be sitting in a place or sitting near the tap, sitting near the drain hole of your boil kettle. So if you just dump that first bit, and you can account for that, you up your volume by a litre or half a litre. And just dump that first bit, and there's less crap in your fermenter. So what I do is I take that off, just pull that out, and just turn the pump on briefly. I don't know if you probably can't see the bottom of the bucket, but it doesn't matter. There's water, more water. All right, here comes the beer. Not really any junk, so I can stop the pump there or turn it off here. Which you can't quite see, it's all right. Now that goes in the fermenter, like that. And I'll put that clamp back on. And I'll go and turn the hoses on and get the chiller. Probably going to leak. I haven't leak checked it for a while. 6 months, 2 years. Are we leaking? I would be surprised if we're not leaking. Oh no, that's pretty good. You can feel the chiller cooling down. I haven't got the word on yet. Might just turn that water. Do not stand on the hoses, please. All right, chiller's on. It's time to move. Turn the pump on. And let's open this back up a bit. I mean, I don't have to worry about hot work going into this because it's not going to melt. But if you're going into a Firmzilla or something, you'd want to check it, of course, double check. And just go really slow at the start. Because it takes a little while. I have got a thermometer on here, but any adjustment takes a good 10 minutes. And so we're slowly going down now. I didn't have the cooler on when I emptied the pump before. I should have had the water on, so it would have cooled that first bit. We're going down to 25 already. We won't get much lower than that because our groundwater's going to be easily over 20 degrees here today. So I don't think we'll get much under 25 today. So it doesn't have to be this chiller, it can be any chiller. I just wanted to use this Old Faithful. And we must be going pretty fast because we've already gone through 5 litres. So if I backed it off, we'd probably go a bit, we'd get the temperature down a little bit more. It's not going to go down much more though. If your groundwater is like 22 or something, you know, you can't really chill. You're not going to be able to chill much under 24. It's always a couple of degrees higher than what your water is. So I'm coming out at 24 there. I think you probably can't pick that up on the screen. All right, no worries, Finru. Cheers, mate. What does that say? Greetings, Father. I can't see who wrote it though. Does that say Blender? Blender creature? Oh, it's my daughter. That's who it is. Well, we're going 23.5. I don't think we're going any lower than that though. As I said, the groundwater is quite hot. It's a hot day here today too. I'm sweating like a pig. Next door taking their motorbike out. I can sort of see the chat from where I am, but not. Oh well, yeah, Steve. If you're still there, just leave it. I don't know. Oh, you wouldn't have to leave it much more than a couple of days. I can't. I mean, I wouldn't leave it at all. But there's really no point of not. You know, there's no reason why you couldn't put it under pressure. You're not going to. I swear, all these people that say that you suppress esters, you know, under 5 psi, I'm sure I've never tried it. But yeah, if you want to give your yeast, you know, I don't know, a couple of days to get going or a day or two to get going, just pressurise whenever you're ready. There's no right or wrong. There's some bullshit list going around where people are saying this for yeast and this pressure, and it's just all crap. I shouldn't say crap. It's just, you know, people have used it and gone, yeah, that yeast is all right. But, you know, I've found, man, I've been brewing under pressure, I don't know how many years now. Years and years. And all the experimenting I've done at low pressures, I've never lost a ester. You've got to be right up 15 psi, you know, 20 psi. What are we coming out at? Yeah, 20s, 23. I'm not going to pitch this yeast till probably about, I want to ferment it about 15 or 16. Although it's only going to be 23, I can still throw the yeast in and just put the fridge on. I might wait a little while. One of those things. Now, I would say if you are going to get a plate chiller and you're new to them, yes, use some hot bags. I used to use big, flimsy grain bags, so they had a lot of play. They'd be floating around. There was no way they restricted anything at all. But, you know, as you get more confident and, you know, if I was going to throw in 500 grams of hops into this, like a big IPA, yes, I probably wouldn't go straight into a plate chiller because that's just asking for trouble. You just got to learn your system, though. Now, we went from 25 litres and only want 23 in there. Oh, now we're guessing, though. There's no readings under 10. That's all right. So we've at least got 15, 17, 18. I don't want to start pulling junk, so I'm going to turn it off before we start pulling junk through. Cool. So that's got to be getting close to 20 litres I got in there. I only want about 22, but I brewed for 24. But I only want about 22 at the most in the fermenter. So I'll cut it off as soon as it starts sounding like it's, or looking like it's pulling junk. Can you see in there? Oh shit. Yeah, so I gotta turn this off soon. Well, because I don't want to fill the fermenter too high. Oh, I didn't put any foam cap in either. Shit. That's alright. We'll put that in the fermenter. That'll do me. I reckon. Like, a bit harder to see on this one with the 3-inch hole where the readings are. Try and find them though. I'll put this over here just in case I do want some more. It's all good. I need my phone with a light on it. Where is my phone? Up there. Now I've moved everything. Put the light on. I'm going to see. It doesn't help being half blind. How is it? Should just take the bloody lid off. What the hell is it? I should make a mark and don't remember where it is. Can't see the readings. Oh, it doesn't. They don't have readings these ones, do they? What am I doing? The NanoX don't have the readings. That's why I can't find it. That's the Brew built that have the readings on the inside. But there'll be a leader down the bottom in the collection jar, which I'll take off with the yeast later. I reckon that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. There's easily over 20 litres in there. And that's all I need. Turn the pump off. I can wash my hands in the sanitizer. I'm an idiot. I forgot they didn't have the readings on the Nano X's. There's the pill going in. And I'm not going to put the yeast in just yet. I'll show you the bottom of the fermenter in a second. It's actually looking really good, considering that all the findings are used and chilled it, that we haven't got as much protein cold break as you would expect. These are always tricky to put on than you expect to. There we go. And if I should be able to do this by going, I'll turn my phone on and look for IV cam, and I turn IV cam on here. Oh, do I actually have to turn it on, or is it just going to come on? Come on. Worked last night. Don't be a bitch. I'll turn it on the computer. That'll probably help. IV cam. Oh, there we go. That's why. Yep. Oh, there we go. Are we there? You got me? No? Oh, I shouldn't have closed it. Apparently. I shouldn't have closed it. Oh, why is it being weird? Oh, wow. You've really got to have that on the screen for it to work. I did not know that. Oh, now I do. All right. It's better to see. But see how it's not all chunks. It's a bit settling out, which you'd expect. But nowhere near as much as sometimes. And that's not hop matter or anything. That's just cold break. And that was without using any bags, any filters. And the plate chiller. No hop blockages, no hops in the fermenter. I don't know what else there is to show. That's what we've got left there. There's probably still a litre or two there, but you can see how it's nice and clear at the edge. I haven't taken a reading yet. I probably should have. Oh, I can get that out of that. We'll fix that up in a second. And I guess there's, what, 15, 6, it's 21, 80. So there's over 100 grams or over about 4 ounces of hops in there. It's not a huge amount, but it's also at the same time, not an insignificant amount. And sometimes when I used to use the plate chiller, I would put the 60 hop minutes in a bag or whatever, then just remove them because all their job's done by 45 minutes in easy. So just get them out of the way, and then you can add your Whirlpool hops or other hops in cleanly later. I say I won't put the hop bomb on until the day I dry hop. There's no point. There's no point having it hanging on there. All right, that's enough of that. That off. That off. So this goes into the brew fridge. Oh, wrong camera. We'll go into the brew fridge over here just to cool down another 5 degrees or so before I put the yeast in. Well, being ale yeast, it doesn't matter if it goes in a bit warm. And if I was using USO4, or USO4, yeah, or USO5 or Nottingham or something like that, yeah, I'd just throw it in now. It'd be 22 degrees or something, and then set the fridge to my 19 or 18, whatever you're going to ferment it at. But because I want to ferment this at about 15, 16, I'm just going to bring it down a little bit further. G'day, Mitchell. How you going? I will eventually upload some of it back up to YouTube. This will be taken off YouTube because of the music in it. But I'll be able to download it from Twitch and upload it to YouTube again, even if it's a slightly edited version. But let's got to clear some in the fridge. All my bags of grain are in the way of the fridge door. They do get a little bit tough to move around, these fermenters. They get heavy, as you would imagine. They're stainless steel. Then you've got 20 odd litres of kilos of fluid in there. So yeah, that's something else to keep in mind. I don't brew anywhere near my fridge. Oh, I guess I could do it in the other fridge over there, but So it's just a bit of a pain for me to, unless I get a different setup, move things around to be able to pump straight into the fermenter while it's in the fridge. It would be good, but it's just a bit of a hassle at the moment. And they get a bit heavy. I told you my table was getting crowded. Hops and yeast and salts. I bet we're going to be over there. Now this garage is a little bit messy, but it always looks 20 times worse on camera. There we go. How to do your back. Bend your knees. You can't pick this up when you're bending your knees. You can try, you'll end up with a tap in your groin. I could have wheeled it over closer to the fridge. Yeah, so we're in the fridge. Turn the brakes on. I could have oxidized, added oxygen over there then. Over here, so you could have seen it, because you're not going to see me do it over there. But I won't do that till I pitch yeast. On that front valve thing, I can just whack the oxygen tank on there and zip her up. But let me just stick this temp probe in. Tape it in place. Oh, I've got the pill in there anyway, which I'll eventually run it from, but it's good to have them both. If you have one hanging in the fridge, if you have the fridge tempo probe just hanging in the fridge, and you have the pill in the fermenter, the differential between them can be quite big, and the fridge, I'm not going to say gets confused, but it tries to find an equilibrium. So I still put the fermenter, I mean, you don't have to use a temp, what do you call it, I'm looking right at it, the temperature well, what are they called? One of those things, the thermo wells. You don't have to use them. I don't find them any more accurate than a well-insulated probe on the side of a fermenter. No more accurate at all, but the only fact I use it is because it's there. If I had to put another port in or get rid of one of the other things just to put a thermo well in, the thermo well will be the first thing to go. They're overrated. Unless you've got like a 200-litre fermenter or a 500-litre fermenter, you do not need a thermo well on a you know, a 5-gallon fermenter or a 20-gallon, whatever, you know. You just don't. For the simple reason being is that, hang on, let's get that off. The simple reason being, your fermenter's only this wide. Your fermenter's only this wide. When that ferment starts, when the heat's coming, when you want to control the temperature of it, the yeast is going like this, going all over the joint, right? So the side of the fermenter compared to this far on the inside of the fermenter, the difference is, it's not going to be any different. If you've got a fermenter that's this wide, then yeah, you might get a bit of a different, but again, the yeast is going like this. How's it going? It's going like this. Yeah. People spin out when they first see a ferment, you know, in a clear fermenter. There's no hot, you know, the difference between the wall, especially when you're in a fridge. You're in a fridge, there's no wind around to cool the outside, you know, and the wort's going like this. Well, so I don't like thermo wells. Well, it depends what you mean by convenience. Convenience in that's fine. Convenience in the top of a FermZilla for me, when you're trying to clean it and you've got this big pole sticking out, is not convenience. And if I was, you know, I had my bucket of sanitizer here, which I usually throw the lid of my FermZilla in, it wouldn't fit and the pole would be sticking out. So there's a, you know, you'd have to use like a keg or something. There's give and take, and it all depends on your methods too, you know. It just depends on your methods and how you. That's a nice clear looking wort. You can really see it over there now. There's a bit of cold break at the. I don't want to do that. What's that IV to stop bringing up ads? That's a problem. Oh, I'm so sweaty. My glasses keep sliding off my nose, which. Come on. All right, let's go. And is that on the screen? I don't think it is it? Hang on. It is. We working? No, we're not. Why aren't we working? Oh, can you only see that as little? Wow, I didn't expect that to happen. All right, that's weird. Oh. Nice and clear there in the window. I don't know if you can see it. I can't tell where I'm pointing the camera. And down the bottom, I hope I'm pointing it in the right spot. It's got that cold break at the bottom, which is very clean looking cold break. And it's nice and clear at the top. Nearly crystal. That'll be gone. Anyone that knows you, that little bit of cold break will disappear and once you whack the yeast in and things start happening. No worries, Parko. Take it easy, mate. It is a beer o'clock. I'm going to have a beer. Hang on, let me turn the fridge down to 16 or whatever I'm going to have to do with it. Everything's on, right? Yep. Yep. 16. Hang on, settings. I've got to turn back on. Cooling enabled. Hang on, I'm just I'm going to hook the pill up to it too, see what the pill. Then we can see both temperatures and gravity and stuff, which I haven't taken yet. I need to take it. Oh. Come on. Temperature sensor. Right, pill. Oh, well, they're both saying the same. The building's saying 22.3 and the wrap's now saying 22.2. And the starting gravity too high. I couldn't have boiled off that much. It's saying 1055. All right, let's take a reading. Before I get a beer, let's just take a reading. All right. Eisenhausen. Just give me 1 second. Please don't be 1055. I have a feeling that because I've taken this. Oh, okay, that's where I can take a reading from the chiller. Hang on. From the chiller. There's still a fair bit of work in that chiller. And it'll be nice and cool and down to the right temperature and all that sort of stuff. All right. So I'm going to get rid of that stuff I've actually got in that. and use this stuff because this stuff would have been trapped in the chiller and wouldn't have been able to lose any points from evaporation or gain any points from evaporation. It should be filtered. Don't tell Anton, but yeah, you really should filter all your readings because you can stuff them. Right, let's just get some in there. And turn on my Brewmeister. Oh, that reading said 1054. That's not quite as bad as 1055. But it must be hot in this room because that's been in the chiller that chilled it cooler than that. It's back to 27 degrees just sitting in the hose here. All right, we'll try another one though. We'll just push a bit through. Sorry, I haven't got the hose here. Too lazy to go and look for it. $54. Well, this is saying 54. So that's, yeah, from 4 points up. So I probably should have added a bit more water. But when I say 4 points up, that was through the grain fathers when I was supposed to brew it in the grain father. When I threw the exact same recipe into Brew Father and used the Brewzilla 65 profile I have, let's go back to that recipe. The one I shared this morning. I can't remember what it guessed. It guessed 1056, but I watered it down by 1.5 litres to knock off nearly 2 points, wasn't it? So there we are at 1054. Far out. I did really... I was hit my numbers pretty spot on today. If I hadn't have put that water in, it would have been 56. I didn't want it 56. But the grandfather was guessing a bit lower, so I was sort of going for somewhere in between. There you go, eh? I sound surprised. Yeah, I am surprised because we just added some strange amount of water here and there. Yeah, and the coils, yeah. I've got a coil here to use, and I've never used it. I've got them to use. I started using the shouldn't be drinking that lolly water with what I got. Oh, nice bit of bitterness, bit of flavour. I reckon that's going to be nice. Interesting. Fairly bitter, but by the time it goes to ferment, and it's an IPA, so I want it bitter. All right, let's just get some water through that machine, and then I'm going to get a beer. Let's have a beer, eh? Oh, I've got to remember to put the enzyme in with the yeast too. Don't forget that. Jeez. To tell you the truth, I should put the enzyme in now while it's nice and warm. It'll work better before the yeast. I take it easy, Stephen. No worries. Yeah, so I get a bit sloppy sometimes. I think I've got everything ready and I haven't brewed for a few weeks, and it's like, oh, I've got this there, that. Drag this there. Oh, that's out of the way of the camera. That happens. I think it's kind of more, but I think it just shows. Like if you sit back and go, everything's smooth, everything's planned. That's not how brew days are, and especially your first few aren't going to be that. Probably not when I'm up to like my. I don't know how many hundred brews. Over 500 easy, I would say. All right, but yeah, doesn't mean everything goes smoothly all the time, especially when you're trying to be live on camera and talking to everyone. What was I saying? I should put the enzyme in now. I should. I don't think it matters that it goes in. Will go in before the yeast. I just know the warmer temperature will help the enzyme. So I'm making a call and I'm going to put it in now. It'll just be off cam, probably. You're not going to see me. You're going to be looking at me. I'll put it in now. I'll take a second. Actually, I'm just going to put it through. I'm not even going to take the big valve off. I'm just going to put it through.